Lutho umgwaqo asinabi asinayo bayini nto usipaneli angafuna ungitshela nami nekhampani yakhe kodwa ungikhombisa isimbuli D ngesisi kanje akusithi angazi Itakuza umphakathi ngishona namayini ngwabili friend okay yellow boy bathi babaya babaya babathe kanjani amisho hawa ngiyasiyazi ngibona ukuthi ngicela umungu wavaya ngivele ushayisa ngokuthi maphela amanzi taja ngibona imali lena pero mimi naleyana lapho oh ane tota ho after
Afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please take our seat so that we start with our program? Panelist one. Can we request those who are outside to come in so that we start with our program? We are behind the scheduled time. Not yet. Can we please be seated so that we start with our program? you please just call her to come in? Okay. We're now starting with our program. Let me take this opportunity and greet the National Speaker of Parliament and the Deputy Speaker of National Parliament, the Chairperson of NCOP, and the Deputy Chairperson, all speakers from different legislatures, and also greet the Deputy Speakers, all honorable members from Parliament and also from different legislatures, and also greet the secretaries and also support staff, and also our stakeholders who are invited to this gender summit. As reflected in the program, my name is Makhosazana Masilela, the Speaker of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. I will introduce the topic for discussion in the session, namely forging partnership to realize transformation of the gender landscape. I will now introduce the presenters, namely the moderators and panelists in the session, and to provide an opportunity for the delegates to engage with the topic and make inputs. I will now introduce the moderator. The moderator is Ms. Kubi Rama. Ms. Rama has 25 years of experience working in non-governmental organizations and institutions of higher learning. Her focus is media communication, education, research, and training. In her time at Gender Links from 2003 to 2014, Kubi contributed to growing the organization from 4 to 60 people with offices in 10 countries. Since then, she has been spending time developing monitoring and evaluation systems to support and measure change. The panelists is Ms. S.E. Lucas. Ms. Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas has an illustrious history of leadership in the Northern Cape province, where she contributed positively in government, party, and in communities. She served as the councillor of the Kara Hayes local municipality in Uppington from 1995 to the year 2000. It is during this phase that she used her position as a councillor to transform the state in order to serve the objectives for change. She was elected in the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature in 2000 and served in various standing committees of the legislature. She was appointed in 2009 as the MSc for Environment and Nature Conservation in the Northern Cape and is the former Premier of the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature, having served from 2013 to 2019. She is currently serving as the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. In 2004, she was elected on the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC in the Northern Cape and was elected to the ANC-NEC in 2017. She is the advocate of gender equality and supports the monitoring and evaluation of gender programs, including gender-based violence, amongst others. Ms. N. Tapa. Ms. Tapa is a councillor and the chairperson of the Salga Women Commission. She is the champion of gender mainstreaming, representation and participation of women in local government structures. In addition to South Africa's commitment to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, she ensures that women take full participation in advancing the attainment of equal opportunities of leadership at all levels of decision-making, and that they are represented in political, economic, and public life. Mr. M. Koke, Mr. Mzwandile Koke is the Provincial Coordinator of Moral Regeneration Movement and the founder of Value-Driven School Leadership with a focus on behavioral change and Imbumba for social change. A men's support program in KZN. He is also the founder of Masibambane Agriculture and Environment Network and the Nelson Mandela Marathon Landmark Program, and coordinator of social cohesion and moral regeneration. I therefore present our panelists for this session. Will now give them the opportunity. I will give them at least 5 minutes so that we give the delegates more time to engage on the inputs that they will make.
Thank you. Yes, it's on. So you've heard my biography twice. Yes, it's me again. It's you. So maybe I'm just going to add a few things to that little biography. The most important things. First, I'm a mother, which I consider to be one of my most important roles, to a 27-year-old girl and a almost 15-year-old boy, an aunt to 3 nephews and 1 niece, and one of the proudest things, a grandmother to my nephew's baby girl. So as a woman and a gender activist, those are the things that make me most proud. That's a little slightly different to the first biography you heard this morning. So today, I think it's a continuation from our earlier session when we were talking about what we should take forward. And really what this session is about, even in that session, it came up a lot, that we needed to work in partnership, and it was multi-sectoral. It needed to include everyone. So I think we're going to start with Ms. Lucas, who is going to set a context a little bit and talk a bit about how the NCOP has been working in partnership and what some of the results of those partnerships have been.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the delegates, to you in particular, the moderator, my co-panelists, as well as the chairperson of the session. Now, I was like listening to this lady speak about 1 grandchild, and I decided to keep quiet. The speaker will deal with that. So, generally, I thought to just give a bit of a historical perspective. I know we've got 5 minutes, but I don't think partnerships can be dealt with in such a short space of time. Historically, in the earlier years, women get together and they forge partnerships in order to make sure that they address the plight of women in particular, and also to actually advance to a gender-neutral society. We spoke about the Federation of South African Women. We saw in 1994 the Women's National Coalition. Speaker will correct me if I didn't mention the correct body, the Women's National Coalition. And in 2019, when we reached Parliament, we realized that the 1994 Women's Charter have been in existence for about 25 years. But we have also noticed that never was there a real process of making sure whether there has been progress with regards to the evolution of the struggles of women, and also whether in the democratic dispensation we saw gender transformation. And that is the reason why we requested the then speaker, should we not, generally, let me go back up just one step back. We had a women's parliament, and women's parliament usually consists of all the stakeholders, the different stakeholders. And one of the resolutions of that specific gathering was that we need to review the Women's Charter. And in that review of the Women's Charter, we need to ascertain whether there is any progress made with regards to the document of intent and the demands that was there during the 1994, and also the fact that this became part of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution, and whether there was any progress made. So that is what we just decided to embark upon. And in embarking upon that, we come to the point where we had to sit down and identify how are we going to actually go forward with regards to that specific process. And we had to do a whole kind of assessment of what is existing, what is happening, what has transpired since the Women's Charter have been actually put into being. And we then also, I think they are speaking about a framework, but what we did is to went into the gender machinery, called everyone to a central point and see whether there is existing gender machinery. Is it really working? What is happening around the whole issue? And what we have at that stage realized that you can't move forward without an active public that is part and parcel of the whole process, because according to the existence of Parliament, we are in existence on the will of the people. So are the public really engaged? Are they involved in what we are doing? And that is how we started with that whole process of review of the Women's Charter, but also to make sure that we have, I think it's yourself that said that civil society must realize we are not in competition. We've got the same objective. And fortunately, in this process that Parliament followed, we got the buy-in of everyone, from government, from civil society, and from the general public. So it enabled us to go to all the districts, all the provinces, and also all the other bodies and stakeholders that have got interest in making sure that there is gender transformation within this country. That assisted us to come up with a document. And from that document, we also that document, like what we call the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. But from that document, we also realized that it is not just a document. Because of the input, because of the level of consultation that took place within that process, we could get like inputs from all and sundry almost. I was just speaking to you this morning, telling you about our focus was more or less development, legislation, gender-based violence and things like that. But women came up with issues like customary law, how it is not working for them, ownership of land, all of the different issues, economic development in particular, and how women, like you said, we mustn't say empowered, but how they can get economic power that will actually change the whole situation where women find themselves in. It was more or less these issues, but to be able to get to that point, we had to forge partnerships. And the deputy speaker actually said to me, say institutions supporting democracy, not chapter 9 institutions. So we had to work with them. We had to work, I think, nowadays, it's fashionable to see the Statistician General on platforms, to see the FFC on platforms, but we were the ones that went to that specific bodies to say, but that is the input that we need. How do we work on gender-based budgeting? FFC, you are the ones that are making that recommendations to the Treasury. We went to the Law Reform Commission. We asked them, come and do a session for us. Tell us what legislation is existing. What can we work on? How can we improve the situation of women? How can we have a more gender equal society with regards to issues of legislation? We went to the HSRC, said, come and tell us more about gender-based violence, femicide. And we generally just involved the whole of South Africa. So to make sure that when Parliament actually produced this document at the end, it is everyone's document and everyone can identify with it. Just yesterday, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal told us last night that even in the deep rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal, if they go there, people know about the review process of the Women's Charter. And it's exactly what we wanted to achieve. And I think by Parliament, by allowing us that exactly, got that right, that we could involve the whole of South Africa. You know, what is very good about this process for me personally, feel satisfied when you meet the MEC of social development in the street, and this one will tell us, oh, after your last visit, this is what we have done. And so we are able to actually report on how the progress that we have made. We work with the men's sector. Dr. Kanaka was just here. We work with them. Takawani Rieme is the men's movement, social development, and we just generally work with all partners that was willing to work with us to make sure that all of us get a general understanding. We get to the point where the men's sector brought us to the traditional leaders, and we could begin with traditional parliaments where traditional leaders can meet with boys and begin to discuss these issues around gender and around also the issue of gender-based violence in particular, and also the issue of the position of women within society. So the reason why I'm taking a bit long, but I just wanted to show that it is possible. We can do it if we have the necessary kind of motivation, and if everyone understands it's not about us, it's about the future, and it's about the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lucas. But I think what you've pointed out is a model that works. And it's an effective partnership model. And I mean, I think it's a question I'd like to put to Ms. Kapa now around how, has SALGA done similar? What are the kinds of partnerships that exist, and how
Sorry, SALGA, you did work with
and
them.
how effective have they been, and how can we take those into the future?
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone present. I would say protocol observed. I think partnerships can really work. And as SALGA, we have tried to form some partnerships as well, especially with the institutions of higher learning. Remember, in local government, there are issues that relate to the capacity of elected leadership. So as SALGA, we decided that let's forge some partnership with institutions of higher learning so that we are able to capacitate our councillors when they get into the system. We've done that with quite a number of institutions, but there were others that were specific to women. We've got one with UCT, where about 46 councillors graduated through a leadership program that we did with UCT, so that we are able to capacitate our councillors. And another one we had, the one that we have now, is the Swedish government, where they also focusing on female mayors. I think in South Africa we've got about 10 that are on this program. They'll be finishing next year. It's a program for a year. So those partnerships do really work for us as SALGA, so that we are able to deal with the issue of professionalizing local government. Because quite a number of instances where we are accused that local government is not professionalized. So in the process of trying to do that, we make sure that we forge those partnerships. So I think it is very important to have partnerships. It can help because all of you pull resources in one place and focus and moving on the same page in terms of achieving whatever that you want to achieve. But I think what we would seek as SALGA would say, especially for the legislature, is for us to help us in relation to capacitation of councillors. When you are in a process of forging these partnerships, a gazette would be signed by the minister to say councillors are not allowed to go to university or any institution of higher learning. You can only take short courses. And then that really hinders the progress that you've done in terms of forging that partnership. So it really gives a contradiction. On the other side, you say you must professionalize local government. On the other side, there is a gazette that says you should not. It's only then that SALGA will have to fight for a period of 12 months, fighting for that gazette to be changed. It is now that we've got a draft that is giving us an opportunity again to go to university. But remember, if next year another gazette is passed, it will come back with something different. It really creates confusion. Hence, I'm saying that's one thing that will need an intervention as a local government, so that you are able to have consistency, so that you are not in the middle of educating people. Once you are in the middle of that, you are not supposed to do it. And once you do it, it becomes an irregular expenditure. So those are the things that I think are hindering. But in terms of partnerships, it's something that is really needed, and it can really help and can take us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Goge, I think you represent, me and the civil society organizations. And I think what we've seen is there have been different ways of engaging with us. And in some instances, I think in our last session, Esther Maluleke made reference to the fact that sometimes we're brought in at the end of processes to rubber stamp. But when it really works well is when we're involved in the process right from the beginning. But I think what the question I want to put to you is, in your experience, how has the legislatures engaged with civil society, how it can be improved? And I think that the challenge from the last panel was the institutionalization of the practice of engaging with partners, particularly civil society, as we're often working towards the same goals.
Greetings, all protocol observed. I think it has worked before because civil society are one of the organs of society on the implementation part. Because, when we talk about legislation, I don't seem to see the role of civil society, specifically in designing the bills or legislation. They more at the end where it's implementation. So I think that is one of the challenges that is a main challenge, specifically on some of the programs. Our government has very beautiful programs in place, legislation in place that is guiding in terms of gender equity. But the only challenge is the implementation parts. So I see that social cohesion and moral regeneration is a tool for nation building. If we talk about nation building, I see civil society being the driver of social cohesion, specifically looking at the equality parts, looking at what can we do as the society to bring back moral values. Because I think and also feel that one of the major challenges is having specific focuses like clustering challenges and programs according to the specific sectors. For example, there were matters raised in terms of men not being part of the system when you talk about gender base, when you talk about gender equity, gender transformation, including when you talk about gender-based violence. The perspective that we get from the society when you're talking about gender-based violence, they refer to it as women and children abuse. Meanwhile, it's much bigger or holistic than that. So I think in partnerships, there are programs in place, but the government, in terms of legislation, there should be legislation that's guiding and protecting and also forging partnership on specific sectors. Like with the land issue, it's immoral for women not to be part of the mainstream when it comes to issues of land, agriculture, issues of ownership, issues of traditional leadership. You don't find as many women in that space. So I think, again, in terms of legislation, there should be programs or there should be inputs made by the local or the civil society. Because when we look at the localization and domestication of SDGs, for example, we can talk on SDGs on a holistic, but localization and domestication, the SDGs are there, the National Development Plan, but on implementation parts on a local level, I see there's still a gap between the civil society and government in order for implementation to take place. Because one of the most important things is with civil society, it's different. We look for impacts, sustainability, and follow up on programs. That's what civil society is there. They measure according to what has been done on the ground on a day-to-day. So they are the implementation part. So I see civil society as one of the organs that should be recognized in decision-making, also in designing of frameworks and also legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we've tried to keep to time. You want to, I think this will try and give as much room for feedback.
Thank you very much. We'll now allow delegates to engage, inputs, comments. Can I start that side?
There is someone at the back.
I don't want afterthoughts. It's only one decide.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. I think mine is not a question. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Unowanda Kambushe. I'm the provincial chairperson for the sex work sector. So for me, I would like to get a takeaway out of the summit. So my takeaway would be that we understand Uguti KZN is one of the leading provinces when it comes to AMA programs that include LGBTI plus and that also include sex workers. So in KZN, we have programs that leave no one behind. So one of the issue is that EKZN might be leading in most of the challenges that we have, but this is not a provincial issue. Most of the issues that we have, it's national issues. So the issue of hate crime, it's a national issue. The issue of hate speech, it's a national issue. Also, the issue of decriminalization of sex work in South Africa, it's a national issue. So what I would like to take out is to find out what are other provinces doing in terms of including LGBTI community and also sex work. And if there are programs, maybe what programs that are there that are inclusive of everyone. Thank you.
This row, one in front.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Nontutuzelo Maqhubela from the Eastern Cape Legislature. Mine is not a question, but it's a concern and a suggestion to the chairperson of SALGA Women's Commission that they must speed up the implementation of the gender balance in relations to the section 56 and 57 managers within the local government, specifically in the Eastern Cape, because the majority of the municipal managers are male comrades, are male candidates, as if there are no women can bid for those positions. Thank you.
Next.
Namaste, Usazwa Rajali, LGBTQI sector. Mine would be also just looking at the women's charter, not actually looking at really of the needs of the LBT women. Sorry, I put a G by mistake. Because still lesbian, bisexual women and queer women still have their needs. I think reviewing it and adding the issues of the LGBTQI also really needs to speak on those issues. Ngiyabonga.
The next.
Then we like to so far, Pillen. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to colleagues, and thank you to the panelists. Just my point, I think it's just about 2 points. Oh, Koliswa Fishlan is my name. I'm from South Africa. And I think about maybe 2 issues that I take. I think let us also welcome the process that have been on quite some time, Mama. Okay. On the Women's Charter, because I think that's a process that took its own time on the review. But I think it still needs furthermore, maybe in the provinces, so that we'll continue the process that we're doing much more, so that in various areas, to an extent that we could reach the stage that Speaker was talking about yesterday. Then maybe I think on the issue of the professionalization of the local government that has been touched, because I think it's important that we also deal with those issues, making sure that we do have professionals along those lines. Because even in the public service, there is a public service, but there is a public service, there is a national pool of governance, yes, so that you deal with all these, but peculiar cases as the relevant municipality would focus on the needs, on the skills needed along those areas, because I don't think it could be a one-size approach. On the issue of this partnership, I'm thinking of the South African Women Lawyers Association. I think there was a judge on the first day who was here. I'm just citing some of the important part of the partnership on some of these members of the civil society. I think at one point in the Eastern Cape, maybe some years back, we had, I was reminded, Mama, we had dedicated a program on one of the years, I don't know, the Women's Caucus then. We had South African Women Lawyers Association. They were judges. They do on the spot, just ordinary women assisted. So I'm saying some of those partnerships, if you can have those and other professions as legislators working with even other professions, when we go out to those areas, we have those like services on wheels, because they are able to come out of their own on the benches. So I think it's important. The other thing that I was thinking about is links with, even on the day one, the issue of the mobile courts. Remember that, I don't know which year, when we were advocating for the mobile courts, to an extent that during the 2010, I think, so that some of those cases, even now, you could find that there are still many cases of the gender-based violence that are still higher. So if you work with all those, be it prosecutors on their own term, I don't know their languages, but how do you group them? Because I thought they are justice, but they say no, when you talk of justice, you talk of others. So all those relevant, police and everything, we continue with those partnerships now. But the key for me is a progressive women's movement, which is central. If you talk of your NGO, NGO coalition, yes, I'm saying if we can also assist in that issue of resuscitating the work that was done in that area of the progressive movement. Thank you, Chair.
This row. One, only one.
Thank you, Program Director. My one is quick. I think in South Africa we're good at when there is a new bill at circulating it around in communities so that we can all have the input. I just want to know, like Mr. Goge have mentioned, that the civil society is known for implementing the programs at the community level and implementing some of the laws and policies that have been passed. Is there a system that we have in South Africa where we could inform if as civil society, while working on the ground, we identify gaps within the laws or the policies so that we don't wait for summits like this to raise some of the gaps within the laws so that perhaps we could actually use that system to try and let the legislative sector aware of the gaps so that they could be dealt with sooner than waiting for summits like this. Thank you.
This row. One front. There are 4 hands.
Thank you, Usoshanga from MRM. I would like to speak on the part of the implementation side. In implementing programs, we all know that MPs and MLPs, they come from a particular ward, from a particular community. They went to a particular school. What is it that they are doing in terms of implementing, for example, the outcome of maybe of this summit and other summits, in a sense that somebody raised an important input in terms of looking at the primary schools and lower primary schools. Here in my phone, luckily we had partnerships with the private sector on July, where we painting school. You go to the toilet of the schools. That's where gender-based violence starts. You will see what the kids are writing there. The bullying start there on those toilets. So it is important that MPs and LNPs do their roles as well. They are in government, but before government, they belong to a particular community. So adopting a school won't kill anybody, won't hurt anybody. So let's do this together in terms of implementation side of things. Thank you.
Number 2.
We're not sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and distinguished guests. Lloyd Peterson, Moral Regeneration Movement and Social Cohesion. I have 2 questions and also a little bit of a comment. What is the long-term plan of the SA legislative sector? What would that plan be to partner with civil society organizations and movements for the implementation and the monitoring and evaluation of some of the programs that we are discussing here? I say that because the problems that we face is civil society movements like Moral Regeneration Movement. We have the manpower, the will, the tenacity, the empathy, and the heart because we live in these communities. Yet we don't have the financial muscle. You have the financial muscle, but unfortunately you can't be in the ground where we are every day, amongst the mess, amongst the gender-based violence, amongst the healing of wounds and scars of not only apartheid, but prejudices that people grew up with. So we are a vital part in society in carrying out the mandate that you guys write here and scribe. The second question is, what do you think should be done in future to have successful partnerships with civil society? Would we do it in clusters? Would we sectorize it? And how would we make it relevant? Because at the end of the day, it's like many people say, our constitution is good, but it exists only on paper. How do we educate and free the minds of many of our citizens in this country who do not understand what democracy is, what freedoms they have, what the Bill of Rights is, what the Freedom Charter stood for, what the Congress of the People stood for, what the United Democratic Movement stood for? How do we change? Because I believe there's a saying that says the truth shall set you free, but if you are never encountered with the truth, you will believe the lie. How do we change that in society?
Number 3 is covered. Number 4.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Happiness Makakula. I'm from the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. The first question is a question that I wanted to ask earlier, and I hope and believe that COCTA is still here. I just wanted to check their role, looking into their provincial department and the national department in terms of capacity development for municipalities on gender mainstreaming, because we're talking gender mainstreaming, but we forget that municipalities are at the coalface of all these gender-related issues and challenges that we're talking about. And if municipalities are not capacitated, how do we then hold them accountable? And looking into the local government space, there's the local government framework on gender equality and women's economic empowerment, I think, which was customized from the National Economic Empowerment Policy Framework. Now, my question is, again, who is responsible to ensure that these policies and the gender strategy as well are implemented? Earlier on, one of the former speakers spoke about partnerships, and I think Ms. Rama as well made reference to effective partnerships. But my focus is on community-based and faith-based organizations. We are saying they have a key role to play, but do we consider or even look at the sustainability of this organization, especially when it comes to funding? I see government, especially the Department of Social Development, year on year, they cut the number of organizations that they are funding, but we expect them to do the work on the ground. And the one thing, again, that I wanted to speak to, looking into the legislative sector, is how do we hold the executive accountable as far as gender mainstreaming is concerned? When we send the questions to the executive, do we also ask gender relevant related questions, you know, so that COCTA can start looking into these issues? Because I believe that at provincial level, they've got a central, I think it's Office of the Premier, Office on the Status of Women, which is also responsible for dealing with gender-related issues. And I know for a fact that in the provincial departments, again, there are gender focal persons who are supposed to be coordinating gender mainstreaming within all these departments. The last one, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, before you cut me. One of the speakers earlier spoke about a gender summit that was held in November 2022. My question is, and she made reference to those resolutions that were taken there, whose responsibility is it to cascade those resolutions down to the people that can implement them, so that when a country's report is generated, it is informed by what's happening on the ground? Thank you, Speaker.
The last row. And now it's afterthought.
Hey, into le ihamba kakhulu uzukhohlwa ne-question yakho, but then asikho lapho. No, once again it's Mohali Moloi from Moral Regeneration. No, I think because we've got Mr. Goke there, and he's an implementing individual who is on the ground with regards to the civil society. So what I wanted to ask to Mr. Goke specifically is, what are the challenges on ground and overall challenges that civil society faces, and how can then the legislature match in to try and fill in the gap that the civil society is currently facing when it comes to the implementation of the programs in communities that educate both young people and members of the community? I thank you.
I will hand over to our panelist.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to start with Salga, Mustafa, because there were quite a few. I think the issue around the managers and implement and what are the plans around achieving gender balance in terms of managers. There's also an issue around the professionalization of officials and councillors and the plans around that. I think Those were the things. Oh, and what is the role of COGTA? I know you don't represent them, but in terms of capacitating municipalities to actually do gender mainstreaming, if there has been any discussion around that.
Thank you very much. I will first talk to the one for managers. My apologies. One, we need to understand that the issue of employment of managers does not reside with SALGA. It resides with municipalities. Remember, municipalities are independent bodies as well. They are a sphere of government. So it is upon them then to actually do that. But we always try and assess as SALGA to say, whenever we visit, as SALGA recently we've done a visit across provinces, whenever we get into that space, we do want to assess how many female managers do we have. When we went to Eastern Cape, I will talk to it. We found out that we've got 5 municipal managers out of 39 municipalities, which is a problem. And when we engage, one of the issues that was relevant, women do not apply. Then we need to dig and scratch a little bit further to find why they do not apply. But the reality is it is not a good picture at all, where you have about 39 municipalities. Out of that, you've got only 5 municipal managers. And remember, municipal managers are the most senior person in an institution in terms of administration. So it is very important that we deal with that issue. Of course, you cannot really think that it will be a responsibility of local government at all. It goes back to the issues that were raised earlier, the issue of imbalances in the country that relates to women. That's one thing that we need to address. And also the issue, again, when we talk about the senior managers below the municipal manager, still, you'll still find the gap there, especially when it comes to the issues of CFO. You'll hardly find a CFO who's a female. When you get to the director for technical services or infrastructure, you hardly get a female that holds that position. So it really talks to issues that affects the society at large. Hence, we must go beyond looking at it as a sphere of government, but we must take it further and see what are the challenges that makes women not to be able to occupy senior positions in an institution, whether it's private sector, whether it's local government. So those things that we need to address. And when it comes to issues of COGTA, I will not be able to speak on behalf of COGTA because I represent SALGA here. Sure. So I won't be able to do that. I'll be extending my mandate, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah. I think it's a question, though, that we can record and
Yes.
can be put to COGTA directly in terms of,
But as my parting shot, I would just want to say, because now we're sitting here with the legislature, there are quite a number of issues that we must deal with in terms of the local government sphere. Remember, we are talking about managers that are not managers that are unable, female managers that are unable to occupy senior position. Again, when it comes to councillors, you'll find few mayors than men, few female mayors than men in a situation. So those are the things that we need to address. Because for you to be able to just look at one sector, you ought to look at holistically. And again, even if you don't get to the issue of positions, even when you are getting a cohort of councillors getting into a system, you get fewer females than male. For example, in 2016, we had about 41% representation of females. But in the 2021 elections, we have now 37%. We've regressed from 41 to 37, which is a problem. At the same time, the most people who go out and vote are females.
Exactly.
IEC will tell you, those who go out in numbers to go and vote are females. So our planning and everything that we do seek to be able to talk to the issues that relates to females. If females are the one who go out and vote in numbers, our budget and our planning should be able to talk to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to come to you last, May, because you have a lot of questions, but perhaps the question to the moral regeneration movement, the direct question was, what are the challenges on the ground for CSOs? What are the CSOs facing on the ground right now?
One of the challenges, I think it's the most important one, because without resources, it's hard to achieve outcomes, because each organization or institution is driven by achievement of objectives as per whatever program that they're dealing with. So I think the one of it, it's the support. Secondly, it's behavioral change, because even with institution, including communities, when there's a program that is implemented by a civil society group, it doesn't carry much weight without the government a partnership. So if there's government partnership, I think partnership it's very important on the ground level, where we talk about clustering according to programs, because when you talk about civil society, they go across all sectors. Sectoralizing programs like social cluster, for example. We have an health and safety cluster. We have your social and health cluster. You also have your entrepreneurship or business development cluster. In all these clusters, there are similar challenges in which are faced by civil society. But one of the most important, it's the partnerships and also funding. Funding is very important because most of these civil society groups, they operate on day-to-day basis, and they have people that are called volunteers that are passionate on what they're doing. So it becomes a challenge to implement programs while you do not have the necessary resources and funds to implement, and also to monitor, because monitoring tool is one of the most important element that we should look at. What is the role of government? What is the role of civil society in implementing programs? For example, when we talk about HIV and AIDS issue, long ago, civil society has played a major role to deal with the issue of prevention, even awareness programs. So maybe coming to also the question that was raised by my colleague, that's what other programs or what system can be used to implement. I think in all policies across all sectors, including the agricultural sector, including the social development sector, civil society should be implementers of some programs on the ground. When you talk about community-based organization, we talk about faith-based organization has a much bigger role to play also in society and deal with the issues of behavioral change, which is a very, very serious challenge. Because on the traditional law, I had one of the speakers mentioning about the challenges that are faced by rural women. There are still those customary laws which are contradicting with human rights, whereby if you say a girl who's 13-year-old will get married, forced marriage to a 40-year-old man, that is immoral. But in some space, you find that thing become normal. It's like it's normal in that village or in that community. But when you look deeper in the constitution, that is against the constitution. So I think also we need to look at how do we bridge a gap, as I mentioned earlier, in decision making. Civil society should be part of designing programs, of ensuring that we have measurable, implementable, and sustainable. Because we can talk about programs, but some of the programs are not implementable on the ground. That's why the issue of localization and domestication should always be number one on the agenda of every program that we do. So I think it's one of the partnership which we think it can be implementable. For example, last night we had a very interesting conversation with a speaker from Mauritius to look at how we develop partnerships. Sometimes you need to look at the models that are used in other countries, and we look at how can we match that. So we had a discussion, and maybe part of our discussion, we can propose that we look at implementing such program as a modeling, because Mauritius is here with us, and as Mora Regeneration, through our discussion, we saw that if we can learn a few things, we can have exchange programs. We have so many unemployed graduates, which we spoke about. Maybe they can learn, we can have exchange programs, etc. So it's one of the avenues which we like to propose to legislature. Maybe we can look at how we can develop that partnership on a long term with other countries, not specifically Mauritius, but other countries look at models they are using to ensure that there is equality across all genders, and also the civil society's role in the space of community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's a lot for you. So the first one was around how is other legislatures ensuring that they are including all sectors, like sex work, LGBTI, so all the different sectors. There's a question around, is there and should there be a long-term plan around the involvement of CSOs and the role of CSOs? Is there something like that in the making already? I think the question of, has there been a discussion around financial support for CSOs, for NGOs doing the work on the ground? And then I think there were questions around the summit that was held last November. And it links to how do people know what happened there, what the outcomes were. And I think it's linked to the question around how is report back facilitated for MPs? How do MPs actually report back to their constituencies, to their communities around the decisions that are made in meetings such as this, for example?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Let me start by saying, I think when we started, we spoke about the importance of all of us coming together. And I want to put it like we need to have that social compact in which we all agree on what terms we are going to interact and in what terms we are going to work together. And also, I think I emphasize the issue of an active public, including civil society, that will engage with us as Parliament. Parliament, they've got an oversight role over government. So whatever government is doing, we make recommendations and we make sure that we follow up on the recommendations that we have made. I should say we made quite a lot of progress with regards to the Women's Charter review, because we immediately had a high-level meeting with the executive of that specific province, and then we immediately afterwards we had a follow-up with the women, and then we had a follow-up where we bring the executive to the women to make that kind of feedback, and that is what we did in a space of like 24 months. We could do that, so it is possible that we can do that kind of engagement. There is just a few things that questions that I just need to respond to, that it will be dealt with. Then we can come back to the other issues. Like for instance, there was this specific issue of hate crimes and hate speech. That is a serious issue. This is something that is being discussed internationally, and the speaker will attest to the fact that in the international bodies that we serve, there is this prospective legislation around hate speech, but it is being seen as quite controversial. And there are many bodies from the civil society, from the religious communities, that doesn't agree that Parliament should just like implement or legislate on that specific issues. So it's an issue, and it is like contradictory, because in terms of what those that are at the receiving end feel, and those that are feeling that sometimes they may make utterances that will be seen as hate speech, like churches, for instance, that is not necessarily hate speech. So it is something that need dialogue. It need more discussion. We need to go deeper into this issue so that we can begin to see how we move to a point where we have a common understanding of what it is all about. That is the first thing that I wanted to. There is the issue of the women's lawyers, progressive women, and I must apologize to the progressive women's movement, because I thought as civil society we mentioned them, but the progressive women's movement in the process of Women's Charter review, they were actually our biggest kind of partner in terms of making sure that the women across the spectrum attend this events. They did a very good job. We even in the law reform session, we engaged with the women lawyers, but we also requested the new Deputy Chief Justice Justice Maya, I personally requested her that the women in the judiciary and women in law, that really we need to get them to be closer to the process, so that many times we go to court, women particularly, and there is a woman on the bench, but they don't feel that there is empathy from the side of women that are sitting on the bench and so on. So we are working on that specific issue. We have fought very hard to make sure that we have women in senior positions in the judiciary and in the magistracy, but we want a single judiciary where we would have a kind of a body that will be able to respond to the community, to the issues of the communities. And in Parliament, yes, all Parliament engagement, particularly committees, everything is like open. So, and there is mechanisms for anyone to make an input and to make a recommendation or to petition, or there is just, Parliament is just one of the most open. It's just that we don't have such an active a community or public, and I don't want to say civil society. I'm saying generally, we don't have that active engagement that people really use the platform that is available from the side of Parliament. And if we can do that, and if we can all agree that we want to compact so that we make sure that at all three spheres and at all levels, we work together to make sure that we push for implementation of programs, that we push for government at all levels to implement the kind of, like, people are speaking about implementation all the time, but we really want to push for that kind of instruments that will enable all of us to work together to reach a common objective, because that is the most important one. But we also want to make some recommendations that in terms of planning, in terms of budgeting, that we must make sure that we have, like, poverty mapping instruments, that we have the necessary instruments so that we can work together to come to a point where government will be able to be responsive, but as well, community, public will be able to be responsive, to be able to say that we meet at this level, and as at this level of convergence, there is an agreement that this is how we are going to move the way forward. And that is what is important for us. And I want to say, Parliament, they've got websites, all committees have got websites, and all of us, someone was asking me, but how do people get your cell phone numbers? And I was like, how do people get this? So maybe other people tell them. But when I went to the website of Parliament, I see each one of us, our cell phone numbers is there. So we are available. We are available. So, but there is also the other side, is that in almost each and every district, you find the constituency officers. You find the constituent. I know there is a parliamentary, what officers, speaker, that parliamentary democracy officers is in districts maybe. But we've got constituents. And if your MP is an active MP, you ought not have the problem to ask, but how do we get hold of you? How do we reach Parliament? And so I am responding on behalf of the legislative sector, and I want to say that Parliament is available, and that is why we need active citizenry that will engage us and that will involve us in all of the issues that is there. So that is why, and I just want to, there is one or two things that I want to say. I spoke about the poverty mapping perspective, gender responsive planning and budgeting. It was things that have been discussed here. But we should also request the Auditor General to include gender performance indicators in the assessment of financial management processes. That is some of the things. And really, if we can, all of us work together to make sure that also those that are responsible in departments, like gender focal persons and so on, that they are pitched at the right level, so that we can really have responses. And also, if constituency officers parliamentarians, and I'm now speaking across the board, I'm speaking about ministers and all of them, because you are first, it's just the president that is not a member of parliament, but you are first and foremost a member of parliament before you become a member of the executive, that all of us should be available. I don't think there will be a challenge for civil society to get engaged and to get resources, because social development, they've got resources, they've got ways of doing things, but they also report to us the fact that some civil society organizations doesn't want to account for the money that they receive from government. That is the other side of the coin. And I think you must take it back to some of the civil society movements, that they must also account for the resources that they receive from government. That will make sure that they've got a seamless kind of implementation of whatever they are all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So just, I think in the interest of time, and just to place on record, so this is there, that for the Department of Justice, there's a question around progress on mobile courts, and when will that be available and start working? There's also to DSD, Department of Social Development, a very important question around shelters and access to shelters for LBTI, for women who, because the women's shelters are quite exclusive, they are not necessarily open to trans, bisexual, lesbian women. So that's and I think the question was asked around, how do you know where non-governmental and community-based organization FBOs are working? How do you know those are available? In the past, there was an organization that used to do a directory, Sangonet, I think. Sangonet and Sango, but unfortunately, due to funding, they're not doing that anymore. But I believe this is a task for DST, to have on record all of the different organizations that are working in different communities and what are the kinds of things that we're doing there. And it should be available online so people can go and check. I think the last thing, you did cover the progressive women's movement. However, to be fair, right now, it is fairly inactive. There's not much happening. There probably needs to be some attempt to try and resurrect it. I think the last thing is around the process that you embarked on around the Women's Charter. It occurs to me, I hope Esther's still here, that the thing we should do is actually do a similar process around the National Strategic Plan, plan on GBV and femicide.
Can there is just one thing. They speak about a framework. And yesterday, the judge president was saying, we are in many instances not legislating things that need to be legislated. And we speak about a framework which is non-binding.
Yeah.
Whereas if we have legislated it, it can be that it will be more effective.
So, a similar process that happened so that the National Strategic Plan is everywhere and everybody knows about it like they know about the Women's Charter. I think that covered everyone's comments. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let me take this opportunity and thank the panelists. They have delivered according to the mandate given. Can you please give them another round of applause?
We are so good on time. You can't believe it.
I will now call upon the Secretary of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Mr. Patrick Mopelo.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape, sorry. To give the panelists the gift, and also Mr. Romeo Adams, the Secretary of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Okay. Fine. Fine. No, thank you very much. We'll now break for tea break. Oh, they advised me it's a working tea. It's a working tea. If you want tea, you can go and get some tea and come in. I will now call upon my colleague from Limpopo, the Speaker of Limpopo, to run this session.
I'm not sure whether we proceed. I'm trying to check the facilitators of this program, whether we proceed or we wait for members to go and grab tea. We proceed. Can I allow the panelists and the moderator to come forth? Yeah. No, they'll come up with the check. The outside. The outside. Okay. People are outside. Amanda will join me. Eh? Go call it. Ah. Thanks. Thanks. Eh. Eh. If I could have attention, if I could have your attention, please, so that we start with our session. Good afternoon and greetings to our Speaker, National Assembly, the Chairperson, NCOP, Deputy Speaker, National Assembly, Deputy Chair, NCOP, the Speaker of Mauritius, the Deputy Speaker of the Kingdom of Lesotho is also our panelist, the speakers and deputy speakers from provincial legislatures, honorable members, various stakeholders who are present, our guests, and fellow delegates. My name is Rosemary Molapo, the Speaker of Limpopo Legislature. I will be presiding over this session. The topic for this session is gender responsive planning, budgeting, and mainstreaming of gender oversight to ensure effective implementation of gender programs. So on our program, we have our moderator by the name of Ms. N. January Badil. Ms. N. January Badil has extensive experience in both the local and international public and private sectors. Besides Anglo Gold Ashanti, she also served as an independent non-executive director on the boards of Credit Suisse Securities, Mercedes-Benz South Africa, and the MTN Foundation. She is the chairperson of the Council of Nelson Mandela University and the interim board member of the newly formed UN Global Compact local network in South Africa. Prior to her appointment to the AGA boards, Ms. January Badil was the executive director of corporate services and spokesperson of MTN Group and served on the boards of 5 MTN local operations in the MTN footprint, including Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, and Congo-Brazzaville. She is the former South African ambassador to Switzerland, Liechtenstein, and the Holy See, and the former Deputy Director General of Human Capital Management and head of Foreign Service Institute in the South African Department of Foreign Affairs. She has worked in leadership positions in Parliament of South Africa, dealing with transformation in early years of democracy. In January 2016, she completed 12 years of service as an expert on the United Nations Committee on the Eliminations of Racial Discrimination. She was also an interim chief of staff and senior strategic advisor of UN Women.
Long. It's enough.
Before maybe I proceed, can we give her a round of applause? And we also have the following panelists. Ms. Tshepang Sita Musina. Ms. Tshepang Sita Musina is the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Lesotho. She joined politics through a newly formed political party in 2007 as a communications and marketing strategy. She was appointed to the 10th Parliament of Lesotho through a PR seat and joined the Economic and Development Cluster, the Agenda 2063 Standing Committee, and later a social cluster. She was, among other key assignments, also appointed as the chair of the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment Standing Committee of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. She actively participates in Parliament and other related bodies, both nationally and regionally, to influence policies focusing on the inclusion of women and youth and marginalized communities in the total economy of countries. She is passionate about gender mainstreaming and plays a vital role in empowering members of parliament and citizens in gender responsive strategies. May we give her a round of applause. The next one is Ms. Zimbali Mkube.
Mr.
Here is Miss, but thank for the correction. Mr. Zimbali Mkube. Mr. Zimbali Mkube is a researcher in budget and tax policy at the Institute for Economic Justice. If I can have your attention that side. He holds an honors degree in international relations and a master's in development studies. He has an extensive background in civil society research, organizing, and activism. Zimbali is a former steering committee member of the Budget Justice Coalition. He is currently working on the Budget and Tax Justice Project at the IEJ, which is in line with this interest in a more developmental and human rights-based microeconomic policy framework to advance social economic rights. The next one is Ms. Ayanda. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ms. Ayanda Mvimbi. Ms. Ayanda Mvimbi is a program management specialist at the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women in South African multi-country office. She is responsible for UN Women's work on women economic empowerment, focusing on unlocking economic opportunities for women and owning of the enterprises and increasing of their participation in the economy. She brings to her role 25 years of experience as a professional development practitioner, an ardent advocate for women's economic inclusion and promotion of gender equality and women's rights. She is a thought leader who presents challenging gender-related topics in various platforms. A round of applause. And the last one is Miss Prex Govenda. Prex Govenda is a writer, a teacher, and an author. She served as a member of parliament from 1994 to 2002. She is first chairperson of the Joint Monitoring Committee on the Quality of Life and Status of Women. That ensured over 80% of gender transformative legislation was enacted. She pioneered South African gender responsive budget, proposing it in the 1994 budget debate, partnering with civil society researchers to produce the Women's Budget Initiative and ensuring impact on the 1998-1999 national budget. She served the South African Human Rights Commission as commissioner and deputy chairperson. She chaired the independent assessment of parliament and has worked locally and internationally. She has received several awards, including the International Association for Women's Rights in Development and honorary doctorates in law and philosophy. A round of applause. Without any waste of time, I'm now going to invite the moderator. I will then now invite our moderator, Ms. N. January Badil, to unpack the topic and also proceed with the panelists. Thank you, Ms. January.
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker Malapo. And good afternoon to all the delegates. From that corner over there to the other side, I've got you all in my span of vision. And I hope that this session, I'm just acknowledging that this session is at the end of the day. And so I'm acknowledging the fact that some of you may be feeling quite tired, but I would like to appeal for your attention to make sure that the time we spend together is not wasted and it's not effective for those of you who are here. So let me start there. Secondly, just to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to be a resource person during this time. So our title this afternoon is Gender Responsive Planning and Mainstreaming of Gender Oversight to ensure effective implementation of gender programming. I thought I would just start with a few words before we go into giving our panelists a time. The oversight function in my experience and what I've read about is an accountability mechanism. So all of us who are here, I assume, are wearing that hat of being an accountability person, somebody who looks out and keeps the executive honest. I always say when I serve on the council of the Nelson Mandela University, one of my tasks is to keep the management, honest. Or when I'm sitting on a company board, it is my task to keep the management honest. I'm relatively independent. The independence is not absolute, but the independence is something that I have very conscious of in taking up the responsibility. And the other thing about oversight, and in particular around gender issues, is that it's also disruptive. It has a certain disruptiveness about it. And sometimes it can feel quite disconcerting. So people are not quite sure how to relate to those who are overseeing. And I'm sure as parliamentarians, you've probably had some of that from the executive. And recently, a very dear friend of mine, Dr. Amina Mama, did at a conference she did at Stellenbosch on gender work in organizations, she spoke about the deafness of power, you know, how sometimes we deafen it, and how it is hard for us to initiate, to build, and to sustain change inside our own organizations. Not only because many of our institutions are historically conservative and prefer to pacify, and in this case, sometimes to pander to political sensibilities, but we also use the slowness of the bureaucracy to avoid change and delay it and sometimes even nullify it. And we don't act confidently in line and incommensurate with the power we have, because we are quite happy for the bureaucracy to slow us down. So I think when we talk about gender mainstreaming, I thought it was important to flag out some of these institutional things that stop us from really using our power to make a difference. And so I asked a few questions. Before I hand over to my panelists, which I'd like for you to consider. The first one is, who is setting the tone in your different structures, in your legislatures, in main parliament? Who's setting the tone for mainstreaming gender? Is it all of you? Is it some of you? Is it one committee? Is it two committees? Ask yourself that question. The second question is, who are the champions? Who are really out there conveying this message loudly, clearly, confidently? And what lessons do you learn? How have you learned from those people who are the champions? Because we need champions for this work. The third one is, how do you exercise your power? How do you exercise your independence? How do you exercise how do you assert yourself in your different roles? Now, I'm thinking about you as individuals, not as a collective, but wherever you are, because it's a privilege to be in your situation. Not everybody gets the opportunity to go to Parliament and represent the people. And so how do you use that privilege of being where you are to make a difference? So those are the questions that I thought I would ask. And then the second thing I thought I would do is, just after 2 days of listening, I've identified some key resources that the members, certainly the panelists, but also everybody else has highlighted, the speakers yourselves, as you've asked questions. You've identified very key resources that are required to do this work of mainstreaming, especially around gender. The first one I picked up is that the people, the public, are the key resource. They are a resource because they are the ones who give you information. People who complain, who say, we haven't done this hasn't been done, that hasn't been done. Rather than seeing as their complainants, I think they're a resource. Secondly, people have spoken about the staff, the management in Parliament, in the different legislatures, but also those in government. There are people who work there who are also a resource. So you can gather, as you do your oversight work, they're the source of their resources. The third is the sort of the service providers, those at the front line of our local governments especially. They are also resources. I asked the other day, what happened to Batupili? Does anybody know what happened to Batupili? You know, and then I also heard something about the environment in which people work. You know, are the environments safe? Are there ablutions for women and men? Are they appropriate? Is there safety? How safe do people feel as they go around their work? And are we monitoring this? The main thing with financial resources, the resource that is so key, is how we finance this business of gender and gender equality. Are there enough finances? And I'm so happy that Preg's governor is here, because she was at the forefront of doing the women's budget so many, almost 30 years ago, that we speak of right now when we're both in Parliament. Then there's an issue around time. You know, sometimes we don't think of time as a resource, the turnaround times. In other words, as we do this review, as we do this assessment, if there are certain things that have to be corrected, when are we going to do that? So how do we manage time and turnaround times? If I'm applying for a passport, is it going to take me 6 months to get my passport or a month to take my passport? And if not, why is it taking so long? Then, of course, the whole issue of information and data has also come up. If you oversee any institution, you need data. You need to know what's happening, and that data has to be accurate. It has to be the data that is reliable, that you can really put your heart on it, that this data has not been fudged. And then the last two is communication. When you've overseen, who do you tell the story to after you've done the oversight? So in other words, how do we communicate the impact that we've had? And Ntatelo Hotla spoke a lot about impact yesterday and how that should take more precedence over inputs. And of course, last but not least are all these partners that we have. We have Ayanda on the panel. She comes from UN Women, and I know UN Women has been quite an important ally for all tiers of government and for all government departments in our country. We've also, Salga was on the previous panel. And then, of course, we have the funders, the European Union, that is funding this particular conference and assisting with those resources. And of course, the men, because the men were saying this afternoon that they are actually allies and they would like to take more responsibility for making sure that the gender agenda and equality is actually achieved as we do our work. So I thought, let me just, first of all, list those resources, and then secondly, ask yourselves, put yourself in this conversation, put yourselves in this space. Don't take yourself outside of the space when we have the conversation. So I'll start then with our speaker from Lesotho, because I think she's our guest, so she should start.
Yes.
In the way we do it on the continent. So if you can share with us, you know, the successes that you've experienced Lesotho in your parliaments. You've got 5 minutes really to speak about one or two, if you'd like to name them, and also locate them. I'd like you to locate them. Why was that a success, and where was it located? Was it in a team? Was it in an individual? Was it in a champion? As you organize in your own country, and what lessons can we learn from your successes? But also 1 or 2 pain points. You know, what have been some challenges that you would have liked to see better in the legislature?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'll align myself with the protocol that's been observed. Greetings to everybody, and thank you for the invitation to come and be part of this very important session, the summit. I'm requested to talk to Lesotho, my experiences in Lesotho, and maybe what I can impart to the summit. And you have posed quite a number of questions. I'm trying to put my head together for them. But anyway, let me just regarding gender mainstreaming in Lesotho. We are obviously operating like other parliaments, much as I've discovered that the South Africa model is slightly different from ours. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, when we talk parliament, we're talking representatives of the people that make laws and that influence policies, that allocate budget. And a lot has been said about, you know, the oversight role that needs to be played and the responsibility that we need to tie to the roles that are given to members of parliament. Now, previously in the 10th parliament, which I joined in 2017, I was an active member of parliament, and I engaged very actively in some of the issues that have been discussed here. And talking specifically to what I can impart, we rely heavily
on the influence that we get from external bodies. Lesotho Parliament has joined regional, continental and international bodies, just like the South African Parliament. We have the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We have the Pan-African Parliament and Interparliamentary Union. I was in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which really expanded my knowledge and my appreciation of the gender discourse. And while I was in SADC Parliamentary Forum, one of the beautiful things that I appreciated was the opportunity to contribute to model laws. Now, these model laws, first of all, when you interact at that regional platform, you get to appreciate the challenges, the situations that other countries are faced with. And then you start comparing to see if in your country it's the same thing. And I realized that the plight of women, the gender discourse, really, there are so many common issues that we share. And then you start contributing at that regional level to influence how member states articulate on gender issues now in their local situations. And one of the ones that I will refer to is the gender domestic violence model law, which it coincided with the time when Lesotho was working on the counter domestic violence. So one appreciated the frustrations that our different countries are facing regarding gender-based violence. It is such a big deal and you really don't know how to deal with it, but we know that it's facing a lot of people, women, men, youth alike, and you need to embrace it and ensure that there are responsive systems in the country. So we come to Lesotho and the model law has been finalized at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we became the first country to actually align ourselves with the model law at the level of Lesotho. And I was one of the champions that were, as we were trying now to articulate on the model law in Lesotho. So there was a lot of contribution that one made, trying to embrace the continental and the regional challenges that we face as a society. What I noted, we did move around and we are gathering, information challenges from the communities, reaching out as all the parliaments do. But I realized that as we were communicating with the public and trying to get their issues on the bill as we were working on it then, it was only elderly people that were called to the floor. Or because now we collect ourselves in forms of pizzos, this the gatherings that we do where the chief will invite the community. And I noted that the youth was not involved in these sessions, but I was like, this bill is really talking to the issues of domestic violence, and youth are the ones that feel or that are affected by domestic violence, but they are not being allowed to be part of this discussions. So on this side, I was like, we need to go to the youth and talk to them in the manner that they appreciate best. And then I decided to have a session online. And I invited the youth. That's one platform that I used. And I really gave them an outline of what the bill was all about so that their voices could be part and parcel of this. The other one was the LGBTI community. This also, well, fortunately, we had some discussions with them in Parliament, but one realized that they felt their issues were not totally embraced, and I would really make an effort to go to them as a community and try to embrace their issues within what we were including in the counter domestic violence bill. And that's one thing I'm feeling very proud about, and I'm simply saying it's important as members of parliament to really go the extra mile and not only rely on the occasions that are created by the parliament secretaries or the clerks of committees to engage with the communities. We should be as receptive as possible to ensure that we leave no one behind. That's one thing I can talk to. But then rushing very quickly to other areas. I have a lot of notes that I have, but considering time, I'll just pick 3 other important issues. When we talk gender mainstreaming, we have talked about laws and everything. And we know that we are expected to guide and influence members of parliament, at least at the level of speakers. But I'm talking to everybody that's here who is a leader in their own right, an influencer in their own right. I will give an example of a situation that I encountered in Lesotho, and I was like, this is where we are possibly missing the coin. There's this routine annual walk where Basotho go for a Mushosho walk. It's a 3-day walk. Now, the Queen has decided to join this walk. And then so she joins us and we walk. It's a very heavy walk. So in between, there will be some places where we rest. We rest because the local communities, they've prepared some, you know, whatever festivities it is that they would want to entice us with, and there will be some entertainment, etc. This one particular occasion, so the Queen is walking, she comes to a place, we stop, and then there's a group of young people that are coming to perform. So there's a group of boys, they come and they perform, and it was awesome. Everybody was clapping hands, even the Queen was clapping hands, and the person that was directing the program was like, the Queen loved you so much. Can you perform again? So I'm looking around, I'm like, where are the girls? And then I see a group of girls right there, and they were expecting to be called in immediately after this group of boys. But then the boys performed the second time, and immediately afterwards, the person that was directing that activity said, oh, it's time to go, let's go. You should have seen the expression on the faces of the girls. And I was like, I'm going to make it a point to make sure that these girls feel counted and part of this process. I begged him, can you please stop so that they perform? He's like, no, there's no time. So they move, and then I stay behind. I request a number of people. I'm like, please, let's stay behind. Let's watch these girls. So they come, they perform, we clap for them, we leave some notes. But for me, this was the message. We are the ones that tell the girls they are not important. We are the ones that take these scenarios for granted. And this is where it all begins. What are you doing? Let's forget parliament. Yes, we make laws and everything, but what are you doing in your own personal capacity to influence the gender roles that everybody needs to be aware of? This is the last one that I will give you an example of. Gender links, I've been in the media fraternity before I came into politics. Gender links decided to talk to media houses so that they become a bit gender sensitive. Because, you know, for example, when you take a newspaper, the front page, it's normally a male. And when you start counting the number of pages, how many times have you seen a male? You'll see that it's like 90% of the time it's males that appear in the picture, in the newspaper. And women, you see them here and there. And that told us we need to start being sensitive. When you have a female this time around, have a male the next time around. Start counting actually the number of appearances that women, you see them appearing, because that's the voice of a woman when you do that. For me, I took that from the media, from the paper, and I started scouting the organizations in the country. I noticed as I was listening to radio that most often this company, the Lesotho Electricity Company, it would have the male voice talking to the needs and aspirations of households as far as electricity is concerned. The only times when women would appear, it's when they would have done something wrong with electricity, like wasted it or something. So I call them, I'm like, please, are you aware that you are the one that's promoting what we see as far as women are concerned? Can you please change the voice that you present on radio? Next time, make sure that it's a woman that talks with authority. That's the woman that shows she's running the household, who's careful with resources and things like that. I'm simply saying, out of your positions, what are you doing to ensure that we are promoting or mainstreaming gender in all spheres of life? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. I think the speaker is saying that oversight is a personal issue as well as a political issue, in line with the women's movement, that the personal is political. And I think the importance of youth and inviting that voice in is so central. And she spoke about how the value of model laws, learning from other countries and coming together and working on model laws and how that has also assisted in the work that she's done. Thank you, Speaker. I will then go to Pregs next. Pregs 30 years ago was in Parliament, and she was a disruptive MP, as you all know. And Pregs, it would be so wonderful to hear from your perspective 30 years later almost. I mean, it's not as long quite as that, but it's almost 30 years ago, under the leadership of a disruptive speaker by the name of Dr. Freni Janwala. I remember the story she tells about coming to Parliament, and she wanted to demilitarize Parliament, the opening of Parliament. And she went to the secretary and said, I want to demilitarize the opening of Parliament. And the president, the secretary said, Madam Speaker, the power is yours. You have the power, and that's how she did it. Just a short story, but I'm just saying, one also has to look at these things historically, and I think that's the value of having somebody like Pregs here, to see how have we moved from days when the champion was actually the Speaker of Parliament, the champion for gender justice and gender equality, and everybody else followed in many ways, because she was also the head of the Women's Coalition. So Pregs, just that history, I think, that we learn from, and how, from your vantage point, you see what changes have happened, what have been for you the successes of mainstreaming oversight in our Parliament from a gender lens.
Thanks very much, Nuzipho, and thank you to all of you for staying on a very, very long 2 days of conversation around gender transformation and using your power as elected representatives of the people and ensuring that the institutions are people's parliaments. And what does that mean? History is really important. We used to talk about her story when we started engaging who writes the story.
Yeah.
And I think that there were a lot of gains. I think we built on movements that were powerful and that extend not just back to the early 1900s, but back in time, from the time that colonizers arrived here, the resistance, which is often unrecorded and unknown, laid the basis for movements such as the 1956 March and the solidarity amongst women, uniting across racial divides to support and to stand for and stand behind the rights of those worst impacted. And so solidarity is based on principle and based on values. And how we build that solidarity is critical. And I think the lessons leading up to 1994 are important to examine. There's not enough time now to do that. But the issues of within the Women's National Coalition, which I'd managed between 92 and 94, what we saw was that we had women from across the political spectrum, from the Aka Tiavia Afrikaner women who were quite conservative culturally, and to the Communist Party. It was quite a cross section, and the importance of, during the negotiations, influencing that and ensuring that whose voices were heard. And I take one example, which I think is still relevant, was the example of the impact of whether customary law trumped the right to gender equality. and I don't know if any of you recall, the women from rural areas through the Rural Women's Movement, through the ANC Women's League and other structures, brought women to the negotiations and demanded that their voices were heard. So whose lives matter? In 1992, in the interim constitution, socioeconomic rights were not there. So the gain was in 1996 that socioeconomic rights were included in the final constitution. And if you recall, that women from the opposition political parties opposed socioeconomic rights in the coalition. And so they had a coalition's charter. If you look at it, we had all the demands there from approximately 2 million women whose opinions, whose voices were contributed, that people could, from the different parties, could decide that the charter would include everything. And it did. From the right to water, to the right to sexual and reproductive rights, to the right to work, the right to land, to the right to health care, including sexual and reproductive health. So it laid the basis for an engagement with the Constitution to ensure bodily integrity, socioeconomic rights, non-sexism, non-racism, and the issue of an intersectional, what is today referred to as an intersectional approach, was there right from the outset. It was really about how do you ensure that when you're looking at changing, it's looking at whose lives are changing, whose lives are invisible, and how would you actually increase visibility? How will you address those who are at the very bottom, made so by conscious policy, legislative laws which were passed by a patriarchal, racist, and capitalist and brutally militaristic system that was apartheid. And so I think that frames the women's budget and the gender responsive budgeting in South Africa. Because when we came to Parliament in proposing that South Africa develop what we then called a women's budget, but said very clearly it was a way of looking at the entire budget through its impact on the lives of those worst impacted by this combination of forces and factors. And so if you look at that Hansard speech, you will see that it draws on the TEC Sub-Council on the Status of Women, which had done significant research. So none of this is individual. All of this is about how we worked in solidarity with each other and the importance of that, the importance of being able to use our individual and collective strength. And a very critical thing, because I want to come to the current challenge, critical thing there was that it had to be done in the context of the gendered assessment of the IMF's structural adjustment policies across the continent, not just here. The IMF and the World Bank policies across the continent. So here we are now in 2023. And the critical thing that I want to pose to Parliament, and I posed it yesterday in the session I was moderating, is that you have to ensure the gender responsive budget evaluation and assessment framework that the IMF developed for South Africa in 2019, which has been adopted, and which, in your concept note for this conference, says that Parliament must look at the implementation of that. I am posing very clearly that Parliament must look at the interrogation of that policy and whether it meets the constitutional demands that is necessary to ensure gender equality. Because unless you do that, you have a situation where the very policies that are causing gender inequality and poverty. For example, the cuts to healthcare or to education or to public services. And the examples I'd given yesterday were two simple examples, but really critical ones. In the first term of Parliament, cuts to teacher training colleges. Short-term cut, short-term thinking versus long-term thinking. The impact of that. The cut to mental health care, long-term impact of that in a country which we heard earlier was deeply traumatized, not just by decades before, but by centuries of violence and brutality. And so when we're looking at gender-based violence, how do we change the tsunami that we are facing? Yes, the immediate steps, the critical steps, and the committee in Parliament, in the first term of Parliament, we ensured the gender-based violence, the Domestic Violence Act was one of the priorities, and it was enacted by Parliament. And so legislation is critical. Implementation of legislation is critical. Ensuring the criminal justice system works is important. But we have to look at a step before that, alongside while we do that. And the step before that is, what are those conditions driving the problems that ensures that we have not transformed the apartheid spatial geography in our country, and in which women are most vulnerable to gender-based violence, walking streets that have no lighting, that have no water access. So quick example, during the drought, the province I live in the Western Cape, the city of Cape Town's figures during Cape Town's drought, for Ground Zero, I think, campaign to try to ensure people reduced usage of water. The city of Cape Town showed that less than 3% of water was used by people who were the poorest in Cape Town, in the informal settlements of the city of Cape Town. Less than 3%. A PAIA application revealed that amongst the 10 top users were the corporate sector, including Coca-Cola and Chevron. Yesterday, we had a list of, I think the National Planning Commission revealed the list of corporations that have signed an agreement to advance, to comply with, to support South Africa's democracy and the Constitution. And amongst the first ones were Shell and BP. And we heard earlier from Pali that actually climate justice is gender justice, and it has to be driven by the needs of the people, not by the needs of corporations. And how do you interrogate that? As Parliament, you have incredible power to do that. So going back, in 1996, when the macroeconomic policy choice changed, and we adopted a policy which was going to cut and decrease spending in critical areas of our budgets, the Committee on Women held hearings into gender and macroeconomic policy. And you can do the same. And to look at, to disaggregate it, because why is the price of food going up? And if you trace it all the way through, why is the price of medicines inaccessible? And you trace it the way through, and you'll see the results. I don't have to go into that all now. I'm going to stop here, Nosipo, and I think that we'll have a chance to engage further. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yes, I think what you're saying is really put people at the center. I think mainstreaming means moving us from the margins and putting us in the center, and every policy that flows from there is related to placing women right at the center, including for austerity laws and others that are passed. So I'll then move to Mr. Ngube, who's a researcher and responsible for budget and tax policy at the Institute of Economic Justice. And I'm glad that you follow on from Preg's talking about the women's budget. And just wonder, in your view, how would you like our parliamentarians to address the oversight function, or to look at it as they plan forward? Because this is really a review to look at where they are right now and where they're going forward. If there are any one or two things that you think you would like for them to do in order to make your job in the budget process more effective for their benefit.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. Greetings to all. And also thank you for staying at this late in the day. I just wanna agree, with Ms. Preggs on the key issues that she's begun to map out for us. And for me, I think that it's the exercise of interrogating the current policy framework that is there for GRB is very important, and that's what I want to depart on. I want to acknowledge that, through the work of, since the 90s up until today, we are beginning to see GRB at the center, gender responsive budgeting at the center, of budgeting processes for the first time in many years. We've seen the Department of Women now sitting in medium-term expenditure committee meetings, which is something that we should have been doing from a long time ago. They said in those meetings this year for the first time. That is progress. However, I think there are still a key number of challenges which Parliament can help us in addressing. I'll just mention three, and then we can, hopefully have time to discuss further in the debate. Firstly, I wanna speak to this idea of going beyond the binary approach. So we've been speaking, throughout today and yesterday, and we find ourselves constantly resorting to just placing gender, which is traditionally male, female, women, men. And that leaves a lot of people outside of, the solutions that we were to put on the table and the budget programs that we put on the table. If we do not start speaking, not just about programs, about the LGBTQI community and other vulnerable groups, we need to center them even in the policy framework that was put forward on the table, right? Because when you go to the key definitions, although it has changed over time, even in its limited sense, if you're speaking about gender responsive budgeting or gender budgeting, you're not just speaking about women's programs and allocations to women's programs. You're speaking to holistically, how do we ensure that we make budget, make economic policy that addresses the lives of vulnerable people, including women, right? And other groups, including women, young boys, girls, and so on. And so let us, even in our conversations here, right, before we even get to legislation, try to move beyond the binary approach, which is what is being adopted even at the budget process, right? You look at the current medium-term expenditure framework guidelines that Treasury has issued to departments. There are certain departments that will be piloting gender-responsive budgeting. However, the oversight there from Treasury or the guidelines simply state that they will follow or look into how departments are prioritizing women's programs. That's a limited way of looking at how we address this issue. Secondly, and so it goes to Ms. Pregg's point about the issue of intersectionality, right? Which is to interrogate the systems of power and social structures that are placed on different people in society, and how when those systems, including our economic policies, right, how they impact the lives of women, of non-binary people, of young boys, of young girls, right? Because they don't impact everyone equally. And so even the solutions that we propose cannot be a one size fits all. Otherwise, we are perpetuating the inequality that we are trying to solve. Secondly, we need to go beyond just allocations, right? We are speaking about budgeting, which has the fiscal side, which has the expenditure side, the revenue side, as well as how the state manages debt, right? The debt management approach. And currently, in our conversations, and even in the GRP framework that we're putting forward, we are overemphasizing allocations, right? And that is already playing into the hands of austerity. Treasury will tell you that there's no money to allocate for that program. You need to reprioritize from another program in the department or within the envelope so that you can fund another program. That's what we hear when we are pushing the issue of a universal basic income grant, that we do impact other programs, right? But then when you move away from the idea of allocations and you say we can actually improve fiscal space that you say we do not have by proposing revenue raising measures that will tax the rich, right? That will tax those that have income and wealth, which is just idling, and it's not used for a productive purpose in our economy. And so one of the exercises we have to do, you know, in interrogating this framework that Ms. Peggs already touched on, is to understand how tax rebates that are being given to the wealthy, right, are perpetuating gender inequality, are perpetuating poverty, unemployment, and inequality in our society, right? And the parliament needs to call for progressive gender budgeting, which goes beyond just allocation, but looks at the revenue side and proposes progressive taxation on the wealthy so that we improve fiscal space and not just resort to we do not have money. And this can then, you know, when we go to allocation, we can see which programs are then lacking. And then we, you know, as opposed to just cutting, you know, healthcare, cutting education, which impacts women mostly through unpaid care work, because this care work is going to have to be done by someone at some point. The last point I want to emphasize, which is something that has been touched on already, is to challenge the macroeconomic framework. That was the parting point for Ms. Preggs. And I think it's very, very important. Civil society, including the Budget Justice Coalition, the IJ, and many others before us, before even these organizations were formed, have been calling for the parliament, especially in the committee meetings, because that's where we make submissions, to say reject the budget. Since 2012, the budget has been cutting, or even before, some of those who might know better might say even before. We are sitting with a macroeconomic framework that prioritizes fiscal stability, targets inflation, and ensuring that those two issues, you know, are balanced. What about poverty? What about unemployment? What about inequality? you see those issues just as an afterthought when you read the narrative of the budget review. Those issues are an afterthought. They are not priorities, right? It is just assumed that if you target inflation, they're gonna somehow magically resolve some of the challenges that we face in the country. And so if we are speaking about oversight, that's one of the mechanisms that we need to address, right? Ensuring that this framework, right, which is prioritizing budget cuts, right, and debt servicing, right, at the expense of revenue raising measures, at the expense of ramping up expenditure in public services, how is it interacting and how is it harming us in the long term? And so if you apply whatever framework, GRB framework that you can have, including the one we've had, which is progressive in some cases, is it going to work in a context where our macroeconomic framework is simply balancing the budget and cutting expenditure where you know it needs to be cut, or they say it needs to be cut? I think not. And that's where I want to pause and open it to the floor to pose any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ngube. Thank you very much. Yes. Very, very important issues you raised there, again, about systems of power and also, how we structure our budgets in a way that does not compromise the very principles of mainstreaming gender equality in our policies and practices. Our last panel member is a friend of the gender space in South Africa. Ayanda works for UN Women, and of course the United Nations, as you all know, is an institution that we have a relationship with in South Africa from a normative perspective of ratifying the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We've ratified so many laws in 1994 when our new government took over. And I think sometimes we did it very swiftly. We did it so swiftly because we were wanting to be part of the international system. And unfortunately, we didn't pay enough attention to the actual minutiae of what the implications of that were. But having said that, I think they present standards for us. We use United Nations standards to sort of measure how well or not we are doing. But having said so, I think UN Women has played a very central point also in the National Strategic Plan on GBV. And Ayanda in particular as well. She's been with the organization for a while. Ayanda, sitting from where you are sitting, as a friend, as part of civil society, as a convener, because the UN also convenes a lot of institutions, brings them together to solve local problems. What has your experience been in giving feedback now to our parliamentarians, because they want to make changes going forward on mainstreaming and oversight in particular, from your vantage point of both the UN, but also an organization that's deeply ingrained and involved in the GBV strategy?
Thank you so much, Ambassador Patil, for that very kind introduction. So I want to start by really thanking this opportunity to the speaker and colleagues of the legislature, because it is quite a privilege to be sitting here and speaking to the chief duty bearers. Because your role is important in ensuring accountability and ensure with all the power that you have that you are able to change what is not working and you are able to reinforce what is working. So it is indeed quite a privilege. So I'm going to start by just mentioning that UN Women's work in South Africa is contributing to the overall work of the United Nations under the Strategic Cooperation Framework led by our resident coordinator. And this strategic cooperation framework is with the government of South Africa. And primarily, UN Women is working on two areas of work. One is on inclusive economy, as well as ending gender-based violence against women and girls and the issue of femicide. And indeed, Ambassador Badil, our work is really centered on the National Strategic Cooperation, Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And of course, at the center of this work, we are reminded daily about where is the money and what is the impact of the resources, of the public resources that we have to address this. We hear of so many, and I'm sure you are aware, cases that have been taken through the criminal justice system, and they are prolonged, and as a result, justice is really denied for many survivors of violence against women. We hear of women who do not have sufficient alternative spaces to go to when their homes become threatening and unsafe for them. So the issue of shelters. We also, and I've had my colleagues in earlier panels and in this panel, they talk about we should not forget men. And when you talk about the issue of ending violence against women and girls, we really should not be forgetting efforts that should go to working with men in prevention strategies, in ensuring that we put an end to violence in the households. And also focus on the issue of women economic empowerment. So if you look at the national pie and you look at gender responsive procurement, government buys services and goods across different sectors, and on an annual basis, we look and we track where is that money going to. And the latest figure that I have is about 11% of public procurement only goes to women-owned enterprises. And this, of course, is an issue of concern to us. It is an issue of concern to us because the more women are excluded from participating and benefit from the economy, the more they are pushed to what my colleague was mentioning, to precarious work and to work that is really harmful in violating their rights. So when I think about gender responsive budgeting as a tool, it is important that at the very basic minimum, we're looking at strategies that do not harm, that do not do any further harm, and do not leave anyone behind. At the UN, we really advocate on leaving no one behind. But we're also very clear that in any given context, women constitute 52% of that population, and therefore we should be looking at ensuring that we leave them no behind. But more intentionally, we should be looking at strategies that ensure that we are not reinforcing existing norms that discriminate and perpetuate discrimination, and more so exacerbate economic and social exclusion of the majority of the population, which is women in the different contexts. And of course, I talk about women, but there are interlinkages with this issue of race, geographic location, and other forms that really exacerbate the situation. And one of the really important roles the chief duty bearers could really help is to ensure that issues of the conceptual understanding of what we are addressing and we're seeking to address or things that are overlooked in conventional budget and policy analysis and decision making are brought to the fore. I think that's your big chunk of your task, because if you do that, if we start from the right footing in terms of the diagnosis, what needs to happen, what is the issue, what is the data that and supporting evidence that we are dealing with, you are able to effectively play your oversight role, because you will be able to say, in December, we were at 52% of whatever situation. And in June, why are we not in 60? What is contributing to that? How do we rectify it and improve on that? And this is really important because, as you know, that the global data really indicates a worrisome picture, because we are seeing from the different reports that we're looking at that inequality is rising at an alarming rate. And if you couple that with the issue of climate change, we should all be really, really worried and doing something about it. And more so because we know from the recent reports that 10% of the richest people in the world take about 52% of wealth and income, whereas the poorest only earn about, and that's half, almost more than half of the population, and they earn about 8.5%. That is a global picture, but I'm sure if you look at data that's coming in South Africa, there is no significant difference. I want to raise this issue that if you look at that data and you look at what does this mean, it means that more people are being pushed to the very, very margins of the economy. The issue of increased unpaid care work is a huge problem for our country. The precarious working conditions of still today of domestic workers, people in the informal sector, is a huge issue. Now, while it is important for us, even for my organization, that we focus on productive sectors that ensures that there's exclusion, there is benefit. We also need to really look at this emerging economies of care, because the more we look at the health system and that's not functioning, and people are pushed to the communities, and the communities are women, the more there's growing unpaid care work, and the more you're creating a problem that is not sustainable, and that will cause chaos. And of course, so this issue of gender responsive budget is critical in ensuring that we are able to frame our work to redress these existing inequalities, to ensure that there are resources to be able to remove discriminatory patterns of the economy and social norms on the overall population. I want to highlight two things for this purpose of this first session. The first one, Morocco, in in 2015 legislated gender responsive budgeting. And there was the whole process of ensuring that legislators have capacity, the policy makers and implementers at the different units, they have the capacity. And that example of gender responsive budgeting is one of the good ones that we have highlighted as UN Women globally, and I can share the details of that work in Morocco, because it is really important to ensure that in your oversight role as legislators, there is something that is backing you, because someone was saying earlier on that a framework is a really important starting point, but it's not a legislation. And so how do you enforce a framework is your challenge. But if you have a legislation, perhaps you need to be thinking about the legislation. The second thing that I really want to put emphasis on as part of this session is this issue of data and evidence to inform planning and prioritization. Because without real relevant data, we really are not able to tell where are we sitting today. And next year when we meet again, will you be able to tell yourselves, have you shifted something? Have you moved? Have you not moved? And so I know that Stats South Africa is really working very hard to generate really useful data. And I think we need to strengthen that. We need to ensure that that is the basis of our planning and our strategies and interventions and what we do are based on the status quo, which is informed by the numbers, the evidence, and so on. Because if that's not the starting point, we're all just walking in the night, peak of the night with no moon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ayanda, for that. I think you successfully highlighted, how the gender responsive budgeting is a tool, and also the importance of being able to diagnose a problem, but also making sure that the data and the information that informs that is a data that will also help us move forward. So that then concludes the panel discussion. Obviously, there are some gaps that we haven't covered. And what comes to mind immediately is the whole issue on coordination. And also when there is a response to what we are trying to achieve, how do we move out of the silo approach to coordination? Because I'm just thinking of in an education situation and we want to do something in education, how do we involve transport in the conversation on education? How do we bring public health into the conversation on education? So that's an area that I haven't heard throughout the 2 days, certainly that I've been sitting here. And so I'd also like to throw that into the kitty and say parliamentarians, when we do the oversight work with our government departments, it is okay to ask, when you decided to do X social development, did you think about talking to education in doing that? So yes, I'd like to hand back to Madam Speaker from Limpopo and ask you, Madam, to
Thanks, our moderator and the panelists for the presentation and also the discussion that we have made. The panelists have presented. I'm now going to invite questions and comments from the floor. I will start at my far right, the first row. It's time for questions and comment. They don't have?
Yeah, there are some people there I can see.
The next row, nothing. Third row, nothing.
No, hang on. There are people.
Where?
Somebody's standing up.
Yes.
Thank
You
you
are
so much.
recognized.
Thank you so much, comrade.
Number one, sorry. Let's start with the second row. There is a hand. Yes, you are recognized. It's dark, I can't see very well at that side.
Thank you. My name is Bitsa Lenkopani from the Northwest. Chair, I would want to just make a comment or respond on the presentations before us, but one had to come to a conclusion on the basis of the information that we have gathered since this morning, especially that we are talking to building strong legislatures and also in the under the custodian of the National Parliament. Chair, it will be unfair if we cannot agree that of all the presentations that has been put before us, the issue of sex parity ratios is still an issue that we need to look into, especially that the equity is more on the number and equality is more in terms of the opportunities, but we are not actually getting a way of how as the parliament and legislature would want to deal with this matter in terms of monitoring and evaluation. I think as a forum going forward, we really need to reflect on how far are we in terms of our achievement in as far as the Women's Charter is concerned, because we can deal with issues of equity and equality, but as long as we are unable to measure and monitor the extent to which we have driven to this far in as far as the Women's Charter is concerned, we have actually done nothing. The absence of the gender responsive budget, we have touched presentations and we have listened to the panelists, but it is very clear that there's no panelist who is coming clear in terms of the issue of the gender responsive budgeting, which is also a key thing that we need to consider as parliament and as legislatures in looking into the plannings of the departments, and as well as how we will always reflect on how the departments are showing the achievement in as far as their reviews are concerned. And lastly, Chair, is the lack of gender mainstreaming knowledge on gender issues and women empowerment approach on both the department and the municipal strategic documents. We've been listening to also our panelists, but it is not very clear in terms of the strategic plannings of both departments and municipalities. And we hear an input coming from the civil society that we have not yet reached to that point. We are heading towards the 2030. We are always looking at the performance of the departments and municipalities on the basis of the NDP. But there's nothing that we will get out of this house having an understanding of whether we have moved forth or are there some of the achievables that we will have to say, let's operationalize these things. We are in a hurry. 2030 is tomorrow, but we have not yet registered any progress in the Women's Charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one. And let's try to be short and straight to the point.
Sure. Sanbonan, Comrade Speaker, just writing on some of the points that Comrade has already alluded to. I think the first two panelists, it's, at least for me,
have sort of somehow failed in responding to some of the issues that, at least from a civil society perspective, we're quite concerned with. And I'm hoping this panel, especially Babu Mngube, as somebody that seems to be understanding the concept of intersectionality, you'll be able to assist us as it relates to issues around budgeting. And as I indicated, riding on the point has already been raised. What one would want to find out, if it is possible within the space, and if it is not within the space, how, especially from your angle, are we able to assist our legislators? And this is not me undermining the expertise that are in the room, but it would seem there is a need for us to support our legislative esteemed colleagues insofar as budgeting or gender budgeting that is such that it speaks to not only issues, as you indicated, as this relates to men and women, but also insofar as the much wider spectrum when you relate to issues of intersectionality. And I think for us, when it comes to issues of intersectionality, they go to the bottom where you're talking about, just when you even talk about a girl child and how we define that person within that space from an education perspective. Government talks a lot about multi-party or multi-sectoral programming. Doesn't seem to be coming through both at budgeting, but also, comrades, within a monitoring perspective. So it would be awesome if it means with the panel that we have right now, and if it means not from here, but comrades on the ground are able to provide responses to this. And I think the second part to what one wants or is seeking a response and an intervention is as it relates to coordination of our response. Comrades, you have within the room some of us that come from civil society, national, Dr. Khanyach, and some of us at province, where some of our responsibilities insofar as the provincial implementing strategies are about putting together programs, reviewing programs, budgeting cost effectively, and so far as monitoring. I really want to appeal to our comrades within the legislative sector that let us work together insofar as the coordination of the response. Not that the one wants to undermine the expertise as indicated in the House, but one wants to appeal to the concept of we are in this together, and together we'll come up with the solutions. Thanks.
Thanks. Tammy, I'm coming also this side.
Let me first of all say that Mr. Simbali and Ms. Ayanda, I think many of us are in agreement with what you were proposing. But I had a discussion with my sister here, Sisanda from National Parliament. We want to ask you a question that the zero budgeting, which actually being very much supported by mainly there is austerity. In that case, is that particular, because many of the provincial legislatures, departments are now going for zero budgeting. So how does it support actually a GBR, a gender responsive GRB, a gender responsive budget? The second one I want to ask you is that I fully agree with that, this concept has been started even late 90s. But when you are saying that, everybody's got the concept that whenever we are talking about gender responsive budget, we think about either male, female. But if you go through the studies done in Finland, where Ms. Ayanda raised about Morocco, India, Nepal, all they are talking about females. It is actually contradicting. See, we are saying that it should not be the case, but all the available studies are talking about it. Secondly, majority of them, they are saying that these budgets has failed somehow. And one of the reasons they are saying is that there was no need analysis has been conducted. And secondly, there is no proper system of analysis. So in our South African case, let's say that this summit is adopting this structure. What are we going to do? Are we allowing us, they're saying that civil society is not part, the women are not part, then who is going to make? We give to a service provider. We give to a consultancy. A consultancy come with their own frame of work. Does it really improve the situation? And that's a question we want to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you. With a red jersey.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm just rising to agree with the presentations. Also, the important aspects that relates to the South Africa's macroeconomic policy, which then challenges us. Say, we seem to adopt a careful approach to go head on to it, for whatever reason. Possibly, they are obvious. If we are going to go head on issues of inequality, poverty, and the joblessness that is growing in the country, and it's a phenomenon that has been seen taking place over time, and keep on pointing to where fairly tall. Again, nothing comes out of it. The likelihood is we shall feel comfortable by introducing some reforms, when instead we need to think much more, and put aside the fear of being seen to be radical in terms of our looking at this macroeconomic policy. Because the reality is that it is not taking the country forward. The economy that has been performing below 1% over time, it is indeed, it is in fact pushing the citizens of the country into a depression, And some of the issues that we are highlighting here, whether we are picking them within the context of gender streamlining and so on, but they in it carries the very same issues that are associated with the structure of the economy that is undermining the democratic gains that we have acquired as the country. So, I was just underscoring the point that is raised by the members of the panel, that South Africa needs to begin to open up the debate around this much more widely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste once again. I think the role is actually occurring what I was also wanting to speak on, but also to just add on what they're saying, but not repeating on what they've already said. For me, it's coming towards the collaborations that we are really speaking to, which is not currently happening. In 2021, November, if I'm not mistaken, the UN and the South African government hosted a trans and intersex summit whereby we were with the Department of Home Affairs looking at really speaking of gender neutralism in the near future. And that came from the South African government of saying, what if in the next 10 years we have people born without a gender, and looking at those things, and while still in the panel, whenever we speaking of gender budgeting, we are still thinking of the binary boxes that are currently existing, which is really taking it back of saying we are not literally collaborating and talking of these ideas that have been talked about. This is about 2 years ago, and we still now debating on what was said 2 years ago. And literally also for me, a question was raised earlier on about the sex work being decriminalized, of saying what are we doing as provinces, legislations to ensure that this happens, because right now they are not being governed because they are not legally supposed to be currently. And how do you then budget for people which were saying that legally in South Africa, we do not recognize you? So all of these things come back to mind of saying whenever we are then planning and sitting in this panel, let's just think of that certain things that need to be done or we needed to be answered earlier on, needed to be answered now again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think I'm the reason why you took off the jersey. Because I was identifying with the red jersey. Thank you very much. The next one. Thanks. You are recognized.
Thank you, Program Director. I think my one relates to the allocation of resources and the monitoring of the gender-based violence and femicide. You will recall that when we had COVID as a first pandemic in the country, we had a system that every day is we will see on our national television where we are sitting with Thank you. I was just saying, during COVID, there was a system that every South African, at any given point, when we switch off the television, we will see where we are sitting with our numbers as far as COVID-19 was concerned. That assisted in driving the resources towards fighting COVID-19, but also alerted all of us as South Africans how, in terms of how big the problem was. Now, in November 2022, the president of the country, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, declared gender-based violence and femicide as the first pandemic following COVID. My question is, how come 8 months later, we have not seen the same amount of resources allocated towards the fight of the gender-based violence skate? Secondly, when you look at the statistics for the gender-based violence, it's all over the place. You cannot access one set of statistics and see exactly where we are sitting as a country. How come we haven't used that system that was used during COVID, that digital vibes, that within a week of having COVID, it was there? It means it was possible to develop that system. Why it's not being possible now to develop a similar system so that all of us can monitor how we're doing as a country when it comes to gender-based violence. And that will also actually help the country allocate the required resources to fight the skate. For me, I see a big need to have one source of a system where we could all put, whether you were working at the police stations, whether we're working in the government hospitals, the Tutuzela care centers and the crisis centers, whether it's the civil society that is providing counseling to the survivors of gender-based violence and femicide, we should all be capturing states on a daily basis into that system. That will help us as a country to see where we're going and what else do we need to see and how big is the fight that we need to actually deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, you are recognized.
Good afternoon once again. It's Mohale Muloi. Just to complement the point my sister has made, I would also suggest that the next time we gather here, we need to give the platform of the panelists to the people who are doing the actual work, so that we do not hear
so that we do not hear from people who have been told what is happening on the ground. We hear it from the horse's mouth, so that we also have enough and equal time to participate, because we are being minuted when we ask questions, and we are told to send the questions via email, while the parliament could have just put it on their social media so that we send the questions. Then we do not have to waste the money here. And then my question is directed to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Deputy Speaker, in Lesotho, we have I will call it a pandemic of teenage marriages in Lesotho. I think you advocated for young women to perform at that stage, but what is it that the country or the National Assembly is currently doing? Do they have a national strategy to curb, to actually stop or fight forced marriages in Lesotho? Because in your constitution, it's stated that young girls of the age of 16 and young boys of the age of 18 are able to get married. But then there is also a but within the constitution that if they are younger than that and the minister agrees for the marriage and their parents give permission for them to get married, they are able to get married. So I am very concerned that we still have high rates of we are here speaking of gender equality, but we still have high rates of young girls being forced into marriages. Hence, Lesotho is currently struggling economically. We could empower those girls to become the economic empowerment of Lesotho. I thank you.
The last one, honorable member. No, you did not raise your hand. Okay, you are provoked. Yes.
Thank you.
Sanbonan.
No. Okay. Yes. Proceed, honorable member. I will come after you. Yes. No, just proceed.
Oh, okay, ngiyabonga.
Yes.
Oh, bengithi anginibingelele. Nginemukele kaZulu Natal. Ngoba ngibona ihlazo elikhulu la. La sikhona isendaweni kaShaka wenkosi yethu iLembe. Lokufikiwe ni English okay kulungile kodwa bangazoba niyazi ukuthi waya nemkhoto lapha eyovala kumagagasi. Ngibonga mhlobo wami lapho ngaphambili. I-presentation ngiyayithanda khona osevelwa ngihlaba umkhwele noma besibangisa kulento ye-gender nabo bethi bafuna ukufakwa kule abantu besifazane. Yabona leya seLesotho nami iyangixaka ukuthi ingane na 16 years iyavunyelwa ukuthi ihambe iyogana. Lento thina la eSouth Africa esiyalayo esithi sibeke nangale ndlela yokuthwala kusho ukuthi eLesotho isayenzeka. Zobuya kule ye budget ngani zami ngesihle noxolo. Angikwazi ungena kuyona kakhulu ngoba mangabe niyakhumbula nina nifundile kade kwakukhulunywa ngale gender le GBV kodwa still awukho umehluko kuyenza even today namhlanje ade ngithola message from eJosini la ingane khona efundayo uthisha yenayo ecourt ngenxa yokuthi naye njalo ukhona umenzi lo rephele ngane angizikuyisho isibongo negama ngenxa yokuthi le DNA ayikho ngenxa yokushoda kwalento ekuthiwa i-forensic. Sisenkingeni ukuthi kuyimanje uyekhala inyembezi uthisha wesikole leyo ngane icala layo alikwazi ukuthethwa ngoba kuthiwa ini abukho ufakazi evidence. Umbuzo wami uthi la eSouth Africa sinama nezingane ezifunda ko university yini ungathathwa lezi ngane kube izona izolekelela kuthina kuze singalo sizohlala la siwe simazi abakhokhi bentela sikhuluma into eyi-1 or kuthathe onesi odokotela baqeqeshwe kube yibona abazolekela ngoba ama-case amaningi ngabe umuntu ushone ngengozi unjani uthola bahleli laphayana ngenxa yokuthi kuthiwa i-DNA wonke umuntu wala uyahamba aye ePretoria uthi uyolwa nabaseshi bathi ngena endlini uboke khawula onke lagcwele amafayili ngenxa yokuthi bayashota kanti le ngane eyifunda yonke osazana nami lapho ngaphambili yini zingaqeqeshwa ukuthi sikwazi ukwenza lo msebenzi akhona amalebo angithuki inhlamba njalo bese kuba khona lento esixoxa ngayo uthuthuzela and ibhlungu ukuyixoxa ngiyabonga mntanami yabona ukuxoxa into ongakwazi ukuyisebenza oyilalelayo akufani nomuntu owazi usizi yabo ukukhuluma kulula kunokwenza uyabona umuntu oreshiwe khona ozakhale nami ngikhale athi kungcono ubungibulele uthola ingane isaba ukubona umuntu wesilisa phambi kwayo but thina lama sixoxa belula nje ngibuza ukuthi why kungathathwa lezi ngane sikube izona lezi ezokwenza la ilekelele kuyeke ukuthi kulindele njalo ePretoria eGugulethu am deployed Western Cape kunomntwana owareshwa uyadlula phambi kwakhe icala lakhe alindawo uthi uyolwa uthola ukuthi nawo banenkinga abagcina yimanje ama-prosecutor kuba amajaji labo bantu bayimbangela enkulu kuthina nganoma ngoba sibamnyama futhi ayiwanda ukuthi senzani thina abantu abamnyama emhlabeni ama-case amaningi but because we are black uyabo akukho nje lana obona khona ukuthi liyangena ma ungenayo imali wento kuyogwazela i-prosecutor laphayana usenjeni.
In conclusion, honorable member.
Ngesithandwa sami ukuthi lento ibhlungu obingifikisela inyembezi ngiyacabanga into eyenzeke ePhoenix mangithamba manje emoshwali uza lapho uyacabanga ngoneso lapha uyacabanga ngodokotela lapha yana abenza ama-postmortem indlela okunuka ngayo ngenxa yokuthi labenza ama-DNA abekho bayashoda funeka kusuka isidumbu la siyele ngapha kuthukwa lo muntu sengizogcina abantu abamningixolela enye into nizongizonda ngiyangizonda omunye ngeke ngimusho la ukhale wathi mama khawula sixoxa naye i-cause yalento eniyibonayo ye-rape ukubulawa kwabantu besifazana mase ngicizelele loba ngibona inthatha kancane liziba yilama-tavern afakiwe emphakathini ingane zethu zamantombazana ziphuma ziyodansa khona 24 hours ziyareshwa ziyakidnapha zidliswa ama-drugs akuliwa nawo enye into nami ngikhola ngiyi-UCC mina ngiyambatha but namasonto batabami anenkinga lana nje mase ngibona ukuthi ngifuna imali mhlawumbe ngisabuyelanga kwithemu eParliament sengiyovula isonto lo government uyavuma akabheki leli sonto engilivulayo.
Thank you very much.
Iyathakathwa khona la kuthathwa izicubu zabantu.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
And kubhlungu ukukhuluma ngento ongayazi usizi layo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Our last speaker. You are the last speaker.
Yes. No, thank you, Chair. Mine is a proposal, Chair. Because we have been emphasizing in terms of partnerships with civil society. I want to propose that maybe legislature can advocate for a civil society network. Because I think in terms of budgeting, you should budget according to the needs on the ground when we talk about transformation of gender. So if that can be considered, not only on national, let's look at a bottom-up approach rather than top to bottom. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank once more for your participation. So I will then hand over to the moderator and our panelists to try and respond to the question that they've been raised. Some of them, they were trying to come up with the solutions. So there were comments, and then we'll try to see how to respond. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to all the people who asked questions. They will, obviously we've noted them, and what we'll do now is do a last round, and I'll ask the panelists to kind of round up also when they answer the questions, and we'll go the same direction. I will start with our honorable speaker from Lesotho. Where it was asked, questions were asked about teenage marriages, and that was the same thing that Mahaula asked at the end, Mam Khaula. And Speaker, if you could then also round up on anything that you may have picked up that you would like to comment on as we finish.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the contributions that have been made from the floor and the observations. First of all, I'd like to go back just a little to what we are talking to when we refer to gender mainstreaming. Where I'm seated, I'm talking to gender mainstreaming as an approach that creates equal opportunities to eventually afford everybody overall gender equality. That is the point of departure. And parliaments play a very crucial role in this aspect of gender mainstreaming because, for one, parliaments start with making international commitments. I will talk to the ratifications that are made on gender protocols, for example, the international resolutions, the conventions. Specifically, let me point to the Maputo Protocol, which really talks to the protection of women and girls. And this brings us somewhat to the context of what we are talking to. We also have the UN Resolution 1325, which talks to women, peace and security. And it simply says we need to ensure that we embrace the influence or the contribution of women in issues that concern peace and security, where normally you'd find that really they are put aside. It's sort of treated to be something that women are not capable of, yet they have their way, their manner, without necessarily replicating how males could do it. But then they also have a very strategic approach to ensuring that there's peace in our societies. And then I'll talk to, okay, we have a convention on the elimination of discrimination against women and girls. Those are quite a number of them. But let me point to GROM. GROM, it talks to quite a number of issues, and specifically I'll confine it to the Convention on the Status of Women. And this was influenced by SADC Parliamentary Forum. I'm sorry, I'll keep on picking to it because it is the one that has sort of directed or strengthened my understanding insofar as gender issues are concerned. And GROM simply says we should, as parliaments, and it points to women's caucuses, which is another, you asked earlier on, who are the key players, etc. It talks to women's parliaments, a women's caucus, where it says they should be focused and really point their oversight on the economic opportunities that are afforded to the citizens, the marginalized communities. Obviously, we also include women and girls. And it talks to
ensuring that there's comprehensive sexuality education, because when you have no information, when you have no knowledge, then ultimately you'll become a victim. I avoided talking about things that we referred to yesterday because I thought I would be, repeating what has been said. But let's bring it back now to Parliament, because as members of Parliament, I made examples earlier on where I was saying in my personal capacity, this is what I would do. And this says, much as collectively we have these conventions there, the commitments that we have, but what are we doing personally to actually influence and implement and ensure that societies understand that it's not something that belongs to Parliament or to certain people. It's everybody that has to be involved. We talk to eliminating gender-based violence. As parliaments, we create legislation. Either we create it or we harmonize legislation, or we update the laws that we have, because some of them really are no longer useful, and yet we're still referring to them, and we talk to the plight of the marginalized communities. And then I'll talk again to access to education. Obviously, when we are not educated, we are not informed, we are unable to make the necessary decisions for ourselves to create our own autonomy as persons. This is where Parliament comes in, because it has to ensure that there are the right laws in place that are talking to the modern day problems, and that is the parliaments, they come up with embracing the changes that that we are in, to ensure that we respond to today's problems. Now, talking to gender mainstreaming again, I referred to international bodies or regional bodies and whatnot, but let me just coin something which we might take for granted, but really for me, it's important, because this is where we sort of look and say, oh, they are doing it, then we can do it in our parliament. We have the SADC Parliamentary Forum, once again, like the Pan-African Parliament and the IPU, they insist that at the leadership level, there should be that, exchange of roles of leadership. We shouldn't see only a certain kind or a certain gender as the only one that's appointed to certain positions. We talk to presiding officers and their vices, etc. This was said a lot yesterday when we were given examples of the South African legislative formation with the provincial legislative portfolios vis-a-vis the executive portfolios. But I'm simply saying, when you see it happen to people in leadership, then you might need to ask yourself, is it something that's happening in my organization, in my institution? Because sometimes, I repeat, we tend to make it a them versus us issue, yet we have to be the ones that embrace everything. Now, Lesotho, yes, there was an issue that was raised by Ndate Mohali. He talked to the pandemic of teenage pregnancies, and this really, you are right, it's a serious problem in our country. And what we have decided to do, because we already have laws that talks to protecting young girls against this unintended marriages and or pregnancies, because one could lead to the other. We have, for one, in the counter domestic violence bill, as it was being prepared for law, we ensured that we included the aspect of having people who are involved in engaging young girls in unplanned marriages or unintended marriages. Those that know about it or that perpetuate it, they also now have to face the courts of law, and we actually have the sanctions that are allocated where vis-a-vis the different behaviors that fall in line, because sometimes it's parents that actually enable their young children to get married when they don't want to. Sometimes you have neighbors that actually are observing what is happening in the households, but they're not reporting, etc. So this have been embedded in the laws. And another thing is, we have also tried to harmonize the very law that was opening that opportunity, where young girls find themselves to be in the hands of either the parents or the
city minister, if he decides that the young girl is okay that they get married. We have decided to improve or make an amendment on the respective law that talks to teenage pregnancies or young girls. Another thing is Lesotho Parliament really has a very strong relationship with civil society organizations. This is just an observation where we allow civil society in settings like this ones to sit with members of parliament and inject ideas to them, because I always say members of parliament are not experts. They are just sent there by the public to be their representatives. So it's important to continually make sure that there's that engagement with the civil society. Last but not least, really, we should congratulate the South African legislation, the South African legislature for having initiated this particular event, because this is where I believe they are opening doors. A lot has been imparted as knowledge to everybody that's in the driving seat of the legislation. And it might appear that certain things have not been taken into consideration, but this is where you inform them. This is your place of power. And I say we need to applaud them for this initiative, because that is where they are saying they're embracing you. They have brought parliament to you as the citizens of this country, and now you should walk the walk with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'll skip Prags and go to Mr. Ngube. There were two questions there the first one was on supporting the zero budget. There was a question on zero budgeting and why that was important. And then there was another question on South Africa's macroeconomic policies rather. Yes, so those are the two that I picked up. You may have done others, but so
Yeah,
if you
I
could
think
comment on
the
that.
second one was more of a comment than a question, which was in agreement, more or less. But there was the first question on in terms of intersectionality and expanding that to the legislature, which I think is a very important question. I'll try to link it to my colleagues' inputs here. I just want to emphasize when we speak about intersectionality, we are not simply saying that expand and include men. That's a valid argument, but I think it's to say that even amongst women, they don't experience discrimination in the same way. So a woman in rural KZN, where we are, and a woman in the metropolitan in Johannesburg, even though you can give the respective municipalities or governments thereof of the day equal budgets for specific programs, as an example, it wouldn't impact the allocation that is made wouldn't impact a woman who's in the rural KwaZulu-Natal the same way as someone who's in the metropolitan, right? It's to highlight the fact that there are structural issues, right? Which it can be race, it can be gender, it can be class. In this case, it can be geographical location, right? And so when these issues intersect, right, they bring about specific forms of discrimination, right? Which we can only unearth if we change the ways in which, as my fellow speaker emphasized, collect data, right? The way we collect data, the type of data that is collected is, like I was saying, is still in binary terms, and it's a limited way of sourcing and informing our evidence, right? As activists, as parliamentarians, right? And so that's one of the key issues I think we need to bring forth, right? And at the crux of it really is to ask the question of who's setting the tone. That's what you asked when you opened up this session. Who's making the decisions, right? And one of the speakers from the left emphasized that the people that are being impacted by the issue need to be brought forward, right? And that is also at the crux of intersectionality. It's to say whose voices and views are being reflected in this macroeconomic framework, in this GRB framework that the Department of Women has put forward, right? Though the voice in their multiplicity, not just a woman, a certain type of a woman, but different types of women and different types of genders, non-binary, LGBTQI, are they reflected, right? And then the last question I want to put on this is that, as the speaker, deputy speaker, Mr. Tenoli emphasized, there's a lot of learning and unlearning to do, even within us as civil society practitioners, right? Some of these terms, we are still grappling with them. And when you bring in now the economy side of things and you're bringing the social aspect side of things, you're merging two different worlds, right? And there are activists and researchers and academics in these different spaces. So what I'm trying to emphasize is that there needs to be collaboration within civil society, right? Before we can also work with government. And then the issue of coordination within departments, interdepartmental coordination, right? Which brings me to the second question on zero-based budgeting, which is in a way based on this understanding that departments or entities, state institutions would have to then compete or show, right, using evidence and impact assessments, what they are spending, the amount they're spending on, how is it going to affect the outcomes and make an impact in society. So you have to submit and start from scratch, which is the idea of zero, that everyone is starting from scratch, right? So how can we implement that in a context where we haven't developed the adequate tools, right, to review our policies, right? Ms. Craig spoke about the issue of macroeconomic framework audits, I think. Is that what you said? I think you can expand.
Program, which is the one that
Yes.
the Department of Women has, women, children, people with persons with disabilities is using.
Yes, yes. So
government is using. So it's. I was asking for us to interrogate that.
yes, in the context of like the impacts that it's making, right? Use an example of structural adjustment policies. But what I'm trying to say is that there are still systems that we would need to put in place, especially when it comes to having the adequate impact assessment of the policies that we are implementing, right, across the different vulnerable groups that they impact on, right? And so that is still lacking. Whilst you haven't developed, if you haven't developed those mechanisms, for me, it's one of the crux and the key idea that I think we need to champion. And I'm glad that people like the former States SA General was here, because our systems are lagging behind in terms of the language that we are using, right? And even our policies, they are lagging behind. And so we need to find a balance there, right? So as to ensure that the budget policy that we put in place aligns with the macroeconomic framework and the policies that departments like women, I'm sorry, I mess up this name, the name of this department because it's long, but essentially that there is coordination. That's where I'll end it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll ask Ayanda to make your concluding observations, but there were two questions. One was related to the one source of truth on GBV. I think there was the MP over there spoke about the one source of truth, but also just generally the coordination amongst civil society, because in a sense, you work with all government departments, but you also work with all civils, and you have a civil society advisory committee as well at you.
Thank you so much for those questions and reflections. I think, I mean, the first thing that I want to say to the question on GBV is that in November 2022, there was, as you know, a national summit which really identified what is working and what is not working. So there is a clear understanding of that. Now the question is, and in the gender-based violence sector, there is a number of very active civil society organization. There's a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder platform coordinated under the National Gender-Based Violence Plan, strategic plan, and there are like 6 sectors active in doing really coordination work. But the question is, if we have that capacity in terms of coordination, why is that not translating to the results that we desire? What is the problem? What is the issue? And that's the question that civil society organizations, legislators, policymakers, the UN, development partners, we need to interrogate this. We can't be working on a single issue for more than 20 years, most of us, more than 20 years, and the situation is still not really changing. And so it means that my grandmother used to say, it means there's something that is not working in terms of what you're doing. And I think it is really important that we interrogate what is not working. Is it the issue of budgets? Is it the issue of accountability? Is it the issue of commitment? Is it? So it is, I'm sure the speaker and the colleagues will really lead us to find a source of this challenge, so to enable us to do proper planning and divert things that are not working and change and so on, so that we are able to, because ultimately when we talk about gender responsive budgeting, the measure is really the impact of that. We want to see reduced number of incidents. We want to see more support to survivors. We want to see the criminal justice system working in many indicators. We want to ensure that women are provided and survivors of violence are provided with support to strengthen their economic participation to the economy. So that's the first thing that I want to say about that. And I also want to really emphasize on the point of convening. And I want to thank this platform, because this platform is a really important platform for us to learn from each other, but to draw lessons from Lesotho and other contexts, for instance, an important part, but also to have civil society organizations, to have honorable members who are here. We have entities that are development partners in one room, interrogating and reflecting on where we are in terms of gender mainstreaming, where we need to do. It's a very important start. But the big question is, of course, what do we do tomorrow as a result of this initiative? And I'm going to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We were just about to finish. Colleagues, please hang in your seats. I was just going to remind colleagues that I don't know if you remember the World Cup in 2010. There were all these courts that were set up. Remember, in 2010, there were courts that were set up because FIFA demanded them for cases of sexual violence, so that the criminal justice system could move with speed when there was something. And why can't we use that example? Because we actually did it, or the government did it. So I'm just raising it to remind us not to forget the history.
Yeah.
Because in there lies many solutions. But I'll let Pregs do the last comment. I think Pregs, if you could round it for us, that would be really great. And we'll close, Madam Speaker.
Thanks very much for everyone's contributions and questions and challenges to the panel and to all of us. I think the reality is that we cannot look at ourselves in isolation of the rest of the world. And we cannot look at ourselves in isolation of what is happening across the continent. So South Africa, for example, has made significant progress in terms of the rights of people who are lesbian, bisexual, transgendered, intersex, queer, etc. So there's a significant progress that South Africa has made. And yet there's an undercutting of that right now as we speak in countries like Uganda. And at the same time, the issue of how do you uphold that? How do you change the vulnerability, the increasing vulnerability? So the huge amount of work that people who are dealing with gender-based violence and the frustrations are real frustrations in terms of how slow the system is to respond and to respond immediately and effectively. And that is where your role as parliamentarians, as legislators comes in. You can play a critical role in terms of holding accountable the structures and the systems and the people who hold power to ensure that changes are made. We haven't been able to look at all the kinds of laws, the legislative changes that need to happen in this panel, and that wasn't our brief. There's a huge number of those which are important and critical to be addressing. I want to raise the question, to come back to Ayanda's question of why is it, despite all of this work that everyone is doing and has been doing, that the situation of inequality, of poverty, of gender-based violence, of vulnerability to of precarious employment, an increase in precarious employment, what is that? What is driving that? And I do want to reassert the issue of Parliament's power to interrogate macroeconomic policy from a gender perspective. Because I think that if I look at what we did, and when I say gender, I am looking at it in an intersectional manner. And I think it's critical that it's not bureaucratized in terms of actually invisibilizing people, because that's what happens. And the gender responsive budget, when it was presented in Parliament, to Parliament in 1994, was presented as a transformative tool, not a technocratic tool. So it is important that the question around the transformation of the reality, of the lived reality of people across our country is engaged with. And so it is a reason why people who are, if you look at the numbers of people who are killed because of their sexual orientation, outside toilets in informal settlements, why is that? There's a reason for that. So there's a connection, a real connection to the material reality that people face. And we have to look at what is worsening that and what is improving that. And why it is important for you to interrogate the gender responsive budgeting framework that has been adopted without public hearings, without public participation, without parliamentary oversight. It has been adopted as fait accompli and is being presented to you. That cannot be the case. So your job is to actually interrogate that and to begin to say, what is it going to do? Because the IMF came to South Africa this year. They held an assessment in our country this year. They did not mention gender in that assessment. And yet they have designed this framework, this GRBA framework that is being used by government right now and must be questioned. So Ukraine is an example that the IMF gives where it has actually done gender responsive budgets. What the IMF doesn't tell you about Ukraine is the other policies that it actually put into place and it demanded in terms of loan conditionalities. And I'll take two of those examples. The one was to privatize gas, and the second was to privatize agricultural land. And what did that result in? That resulted in increased hardships for people who were poor, people who were pensioners, who were older people, who couldn't then suddenly start buying gas when it had been free previously? What happened to the impact on agricultural land in terms of the ownership by the oligarchs? What happened in terms of food prices and the access to food? Those are highly gendered consequences. And we must be able to connect all the dots. And you have a powerful role as parliamentarians to be able to do that, both to actually ensure public participation and the depth of that public participation and real engagement with the issues, so that no one is invisibilized by the process. And what is a transformative agenda doesn't become reduced and watered down to a technocratic exercise that says, well, actually, let's do the bean counting. But the fundamental platform and the fundamental foundation is deeply, deeply flawed. So I think I'd leave us there with that. But I'd like to, I know it's the end of the day and you're all really exhausted. So with the indulgence of the panel and yourselves, I'd like to share an exercise that I used to do at the beginning of the gender responsive budgets with communities in rural areas, with parliamentarians, with international organizations. And I'd like to do that with you here now. And would you indulge me for 2 minutes? Okay, so I'd like you all to stand up and just turn to the person next to you.
Okay, we tend to each other. I'm saying we tend to each other.
Okay, but this exercise gets done in silence. And if there's nobody next to you, find a person that's over the iron. For 1 minute.
Imani, please.
And I'll tell you why okay, the exercise has to be done in silence. Okay, as parliamentarians, you get thrown with lots of information. When we came to Parliament in '94, there used to be a budget that high. And we said to the finance minister and the finance department, take that back, give us a accessible budget so that we can see where the money is going and where it's being collected. So income, expenditure, and macroeconomic policy choices in terms of the budgets. Let's see that. Let's be transparent about that. But because you're being thrown with all that information, if you don't take a moment to center yourself and listen deeply to the people who put you into that position and to those who are being silenced and invisibilized, in the way in which we speak in ourselves, in our language, and not learn how to challenge and be challenged, in changing the things that we are doing that may not be acceptable and may be, and I want to take the example of HIV and AIDS, the issue of our inability to hear ourselves in terms of the access to treatment and the need for that in public hospitals. There were two issues that I resigned from Parliament over. The one was the HIV and AIDS lack of treatment, and the other was the arms deal. In terms of, I voted against the arms deal in the defense budget vote. Because you've got to actually reprioritize what you use that money for. So the issues here is, how do you listen to yourself? How do you listen to those who put you into power? How do you take a moment to center yourself in the middle of being thrown with lots of information? And how would you make the difference between fake news and real news and what counts? And how do you trust yourself and how do you trust each other? And how do you connect to your own dignity and the dignity of each other? The founding value of our Constitution is our birthright. That dignity is inherent. So right now, I want you to take a moment. I want you to center yourself in your own dignity. Take a deep breath in and center yourself in your own dignity. In a world which has undermined that dignity every step of the way. And then I want you to turn to the person next to you. In silence, And I want you to look at them first, respecting and recognizing their dignity. And you can look at a few people. You can turn around behind you and look at people behind you. There's no one right next to you. In silence, in complete silence. And then I want you to do something. I want you to use your body, your face, in the most creative manner possible, and the other person mirrors you. 1 second each, okay? So you're going to use your face, your hands, everything in the most creative way possible in the limited space you have, in silence. And the other person mirrors you. So.
Okay.
And then, come on, have some fun. So that, okay, thank you very much. There's a couple of lessons here. There's a couple of lessons. We don't have time to go into them. But the lessons are the following. Leadership is about leading and following. Leadership is also about not taking yourself too seriously. Not taking yourself so seriously that you put yourself above those who put you where you are. Okay? Enjoy the rest of the evening. I hope that you will use your power to represent the people of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are not done with the session. Thank you very much. Let me also thank our moderator and also our panelists for the job well done. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause, please, again? Honorable members and delegates, before we can conclude with our session, I am advised also to check with the floor if there are those who want to contribute in responding to the questions that have been raised. No, I want to check. Are you done? Okay. So I think we are done with our session. I will now call upon the House Chairperson of the National Assembly, Mr. Frolik, and House Chairperson of NCOP, Mr. Nyambi, to come and assist in giving the gifts to our panelists. How many are they? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Just go so that we can take pictures. Mm.
The world changes, revolutionaries die, and the children forget. The ghetto is our first love, and our dreams are
Yes.
slow. We don't even cry.
Thank you. Thank you. There are also announcements
about it no more. I'm a beautiful one.
Let's allow Sisi to come and make an announcement.
Thank
you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to indicate that the summary for the HQ has been deferred because we're going to be doing the recommendations and the overview tomorrow. And what we're requesting is that if the moderators could just remain with us, we're going to move it with them to the voting at the end of the conversation. And we thank you for your participation and actually stay until the end of the session today. Thank you. Have a good evening. There's no dinner today. You will rest.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our session. Thank you.